is Spider really Quaritch's family, or is he really Sully's family? And I thought that was the aspect that played out very well. Problem is you don't make a 3-hour movie about that plot point. And I did find what I liked about it also is the ash people. Because it is different. It is a left turn in the story of Awa and this planet that everyone's interconnected with, and then now you have a crew that has rejected all that, and you play through kind of the religious tones. But so I would recommend the movie, particularly if you're a completionist and just need to get the third one out of the way. You're definitely going to feel like, well, it's not as good as the second one, but it wraps things up nicely. This is not one that I would say if you haven't seen the other two, you should see this one. No, you got to see the other two. Otherwise,
picked a great name, but your voice doesn't quite match it?
We have a fix.
VoiceMod gives you over 150 lag-free real-time voice changers and unlimited soundboards. Whether you want to speak with a realistic
Battlefield radio voice.
Actually, now that I rethink it, maybe you like this better.
Yeah, I'm doing different ones.
Having not seen the other two, because you're not hung up on everything the lore you brought into this point.
The thing is, this is what it lacks. It lacks like an advancement of an overall bigger story.
Yeah.
It's derivative of old Westerns, including the Searchers. Mm-hmm. There's like an element that's right out of the Searchers.
Right. But the thing is, people like Westerns.
And it's
people like Westerns, and this is certainly a Western, and it's certainly that's why I'm not giving it a negative review at all. The only reason I think most people will dislike it is because it's not as good as the first two.
It's so derivative of the first two movies. It doesn't advance the story, and it lacks any complexity or real science fiction ideas. Again, it's become a children's film. It's something that, you know what, kids will probably be bored. This movie could have easily been 2 hours and nothing would be lost story-wise. The movie drags. The first third of the movie, because it happens directly after Way of Water, is just lamenting the death of the son from the second film, and they're grieving. Now, I give them credit for it's not a meaningless or forgettable death, that it has some impact. But what I liked about the second film is we catch up with the family years later. It was probably 15 years or more, right, since the first movie. So time has passed. Things are different, right? So like this could have used some time jump, but I'll just say it's so derivative of the first two movies. What I liked about both the first and second film is they introduced new elements. There are almost no new elements other than the story point that Spider can breathe on Pandora, elements. And that becomes he's an important asset that must be acquired. But and Cameron, he does spectacle well. You're concerned. There are stakes, but the movie feels small. And for that reason, I got to give it. To be clear, if you're a fan of the first two, you might like this. I think it's 50-50 shot. I would give this a 5 out of 10. If I got to give a number rating, 5 out of 10. So it could go either way for you. If you're a fan, you may or may not like it. If you're not a fan, don't bother. Alan, do you have any final
I'll
thoughts?
give it a 6.5. Kids, I'm not sure kids will dislike it. I think the emotional story of the one we didn't talk about was Loak, who basically Loak is the reason his older brother died, and that burden is carried on with Jake and Neytiri and Loak himself, and that plays out. And then you have the spider thing. I think there's enough connection between the kids in the film that kids might like it. It'll be very interesting box office wise. I don't think. Let's see. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the opening weekend is like. And China certainly likes the Avatar series, and China blew up Zootopia. So
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
they just said
this
they
may
want
make
the
a lot of
end
money
to the but I don't-
this weekend. It might surprise us.
well, let me just say this.
Anyway,
This is going to make a lot of
This is
money.
sponsored by Donald Trump.
Already,
Let's try to go to
if
the
you
next
check
door,
theaters,
anyway.
the screenings are packed. They're like single seats here and there. It's packed, not just because people want to see the movie. I do think a lot of new trailers are dropping, and people want to check in on the movies.
Yeah,
And-
I'll tell you that you may be just talking about Burbank, because I'm looking at theaters in my area and they're half full, maybe.
Okay, that's still better than normal. I mean,
Yeah.
so I think this movie will make a lot of money. It'll play through the holidays and into January. It's going to do very well.
Yeah. And China
I
will be a
don't-
big factor.
And I don't know if we will ever see the fourth and fifth film, which is really. I was hoping things would advance. My big disappointment is nothing advanced in the story. Any final comment before we go to?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is this wraps it up. If it ends here, it's fine. You know, I got no sense at the end of this movie that there was an urgent need to continue this story. But you know, like a comic book, you could just write more episodes of this.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Kiss my ass with this AI bullshit, man. I don't want to hear any more AI. I get so sick of it, man.
I haven't
Everything's gonna
seen
be an agent or
anyone
an AI.
Disagree
Bro,
with the
come
fact
on.
that this movie is too long.
It is very long.
It's
Way too long.
3
Very
hours,
disagree.
17 minutes, and you could have
No.
cut easily a half hour, lost nothing,
Oh,
and
probably more.
potentially get it down to almost
Nope.
2 hours.
Nope.
There-
Nope.
From a story standpoint, it was so repetitive, and it even repeated so many beats from Way of Water. What do you guys think? Please chime in.
Well,
Yeah, I agree. I think it was very repetitive from that standpoint. It's, pretty much the same story. The themes are the same. The characters really don't develop much. The story really doesn't go anywhere more than we just added an additional tribe, the Ash tribe,
The thing
and
is,
it's a warring tribe that's against the water and the forest, and and it's fine. I didn't actually mind that. And I enjoyed the spectacle of it. Obviously, the spectacle is really why you go to this movie. It's built for IMAX, and so you want to go and see it in a big screen. That's really the purpose of it. But I mean, I enjoyed it. I'm one of the people that probably said, yeah, I thought it was a good movie. I actually enjoyed the film. The story doesn't really do a lot. It's not a big story movie. It's more about the spectacle. It's more about the action, and that's what I enjoyed of it. I gave it about a 7. I thought it was fine. I'll never watch it again. All right, it's not something that I'm not going to sit through this again for 3 hours.
Well,
and
the
I
story
think
was
the
all
franchise
small
is, yeah. I think the franchise is, if they don't have anywhere else for this thing to go, just going to continue to fight against the Earthlings that have come to try to take over the planet and grab the resources. I guess now they just have to move here and they just have to live here, and that's it. If that's all they're going to do with it, there's no point in continuing.
Yeah, just
James
end it.
Cameron's right. Let's go do some Terminator movies.
I want to hear what other people have to say, but the thing that I pointed out, it doesn't progress the story. It ends where it begins. It ends with what's his name, Miles Quaritch, like just falling into the abyss to return another day.
Yeah. He died like Han Solo.
Yeah, he died just like Han Solo.
Died. I actually liked the movie. I thought they told a lot of story. The problem is it was all personal, like it was a family story about overcoming grief. The son had his whole character arc. Here's the issue. It's 3 hours and there's like 3 movies in there. Spider learning to breathe and like earning his place in the tribe could be a whole fucking movie. Then there's a whole nother movie in there with Quaritch and his drugged out spider sex girlfriend. She's great. She's great too. And then awesome. The third act is where it's just like, okay, we're just back to they're going to kill the whales for the immortal goop that they're selling on Earth. But
no one talks about the main story, which was Loak.
Cameron, that's what I'm saying.
Who's grieving over his
the thing about the
brother's
second
death that
Thor
he
is they're close
caused
together.
and becoming the leader. To me, that was the core of the movie, but the core of the movie just seemed to fall into the background of the movie.
It's not a movie. That's the issue. Cameron, and when you hear them talk about the prod, they kept splitting it. Bro, you made a fucking mini series that should be like 7 seasons and 12 episodes, an hour each episode, because it's just so much, and he wants to tell every fucking area of it that's not conducive to a movie.
Yeah.
Well, it's binging. This was a binge.
Yes.
Well, and with the sun and the whale stuff, it took us all the way back to the second movie again. It was like a retread, and you're like, why are we back here again? I'm with you. I actually dug it. I didn't mind the movie. I had a lot of fun. I took my kids, and they had a blast. But also, there were just all these like hard cuts with them just trying to keep all these storylines together, and it was just jarring because I'm like, there's so much happening here. Granted, it's so fast paced that you don't even have time to question any of it. You're like, well, on to the next thing. All right, let's keep trucking. Like, so, I mean, I overall had fun with it, but there were multiple storylines like them bringing back the whale stuff and digging into that where I'm like, we don't need this. Like, why are we doing this again? We had
so
a
the
whole
son
movie of this.
can have his Taruk Maktow moment and prove to the tribe and earn his place. That's the thing. It's like, I got why he kept some of that shit in, but then there's so much stuff that he cut out. I was like, wait, what happened to Quaritch and his group of? I thought they were about to. I guess she just got away, and yeah.
Well, let's not forget in Way of Water, the kids had to convince a whale to help them. In this one, they had to convince a whole lot of whales to help them.
so it's different.
Well, yeah, it's same atmosphere, but different.
I didn't mind the movie, although I will agree with Dante. I'm not Dante. Sorry.
Oh,
we all
look the same.
All black people the same, man. We all look the same. Ain't the first, won't be the last.
Today it was not too long.
I will agree with DA is that it's a one watch. I'm not going to rewatch the movie again. It's not something that I would go and see over and over and over again. Like the rewatchability is just not there for me. I love that like all of the emotional beats really hit, which is really good. I mean, for me on an emotional level, I was like, okay, a little bit of a tear sort of came, but it is so long. I mean, it drags at some points. And I like Badger's idea that this could have been a show with hour-long episodes, because that is exactly how it feels. It's like, okay, this portion is done. Let's move on to the next portion. Because that is really how it feels. That's how it feels. But I don't know. I haven't been super attached to the Avatar movies. They're a movie that I go and see once, and then that's it. Like I have to rewatch it before I go and see the next one because I've already forgotten it. And with this movie, it's going to be that same way again. I'm not going to remember it until the next movie comes out, and then I'll rewatch it, and then go and see the next movie. But the rewatchability just for me isn't there, especially at 3 hours long.
Well, the first two, I found this I still don't remember Way of Water. I watched it like twice. I don't remember what happens. This one, I was far more. I knew who I was with, what we were doing. The whole Quaritch storyline is the best part to me. The Varong or whatever, she was super fun, shooting drugs up his nose and tripping out. I just wanted to point out, like, I know when people say cultural appropriation, most of the time I laugh, but holy fuck, the Ash people are just Apache, Comanche, hooping and hollering and taking scalps, and like he just went for it. If there is a stereotype about tribal brown people, it is in this movie in some form. Across the globe, but it works, so I'm not even complaining. I just think it's funny. It's the best example.
Well, Dante, I know
crazy to
Dante,
say.
I have to know your gummy scale for the movie. How many gummies? 3 hours is a lot of gummies.
No, okay, so I haven't seen it yet. Or at all, because I'm not a fan of Avatar at all. I didn't like the first movie. I can't sit through 3 hours of something I just don't like. And you know what? And it kind of says a lot to me that, they had to bribe people with trailers to go watch this movie, right? Like, I wonder how many people showed up just because of the Avengers trailer or because of the Odyssey. Like, I'm curious how many people went just for those reasons alone, right? My thing is, man, I'm frustrated with James Cameron because I do think he's better than this.
Yeah,
like, I do. I feel
for me,
like
it works for me personally, but I do understand where people are coming
it pisses
from.
me off that he won't leave this franchise, man.
I do tell
okay,
people, I tell people myself,
let's move on from
it
this,
is for
right?
us 15 minutes long.
But now he's talking about doing a
recommend
fourth one, and I'm just like,
and I say
you
that
know,
because
he was
I'm
one of my
thinking about
favorite
their
directors,
time.
and
Do
to
they
see him
want to
go down this
dedicate 3
road
hours
for
and
me,
15 minutes to this
it
movie?
is feeling a lot like Ridley Scott. You know, like I just feel like I'm losing respect for him, though he's still night and day a better director than Ridley Scott right now.
You may not be on your mic, by the way. You might be off your camera mic or something.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just double check that. But anyway, yeah, I'm frustrated because I just. Is this better?
Yeah, that's it.
Now you can turn it down.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I just really despise Avatar. So
he despises Avatar.
The reason that James Cameron does what he does with this franchise is because he can play around with the technology. He can go further with all of the Pandora. You know, you think about it, Pandora is that kind of a world. We could play around with it so much and do all kinds of different visual things, underwater, up in the air, all the little floating islands. It's a perfect kind of landscape for what James Cameron wants to do with his technology, with the 3D and everything. And the story really doesn't need a whole lot of extra work. It's just a very simple story. And so I think because of that, he just wants to stay in this world and play in this playground as long as he can. But I think he's ran out of time. But the problem is that it's one trick, right? Like it worked.
So here's the thing.
It worked in the first movie.
Pandora is one of 14
now he has to keep the story going, and now he's getting exposed, right?
But if you
this was the.
I say we do need to go with one.
I was gonna say, the upcoming Avatar sequels. Apparently, he has 5 movies coming up through 2031. Is that the original?
Well, this was the original 5-film plan. The Quest for Awa was part 5. The Tolkien Rider. Avatar 3 was originally called The Seed Bearer. The only one they got right was Way of Water. There was an interest. The first movie started with a real amazing sci-fi premise. Humans cannot survive on a world. How do they explore the world? They project their minds into the natives. Interesting. But what they could have done with this is Spider, who I think is the most annoying character. He acts
I can't stand him.
He's
the
like
fact
an
that
annoying.
this movie centered around him, I couldn't stand that
dumb.
character.
He's like an annoying 11-year-old.
You mean Monkey Boy, who had a romance with Sigourney Weaver playing a 14-year-old?
Yeah. I know. Oh, that is so weird.
But then
they really had to kiss.
I was wondering if he really kissed because when you showed the behind the scenes and it's just Sigourney wearing a bicycle helmet with the camera and the dots. Like, did he have to?
And I'm just thinking,
it's
we have to go into that. If we go into a part 4, we have to go into that.
From a sci-fi standpoint, he is the
trying to connect.
If humans can breathe on Pandora, they can relocate from Earth, which is dying, to this world. The stakes would be huge. It would be a much bigger story. We haven't even seen Earth. What if one of Jake's kids gets kidnapped and they take him to Earth? You know what I mean? Like, what would have
and put him in a tank in someone's house?
I just Spider's character was reworked a little bit because that is an annoying character. I could not stand him, and he had so much screen time this time around. His character finally got interesting when they did that whole thing, and he was able to breathe. Like that finally got interesting, but his character is just so annoying. It's hard to get invested, even when that happens.
It's your future son.
I keep wanting
I've heard a lot of.
Chaka, by the
It
way.
is your future son.
I've heard a lot of our.
Watch. Speaking into
Don-
reality. Speaking into reality.
James Cameron has
my ass off.
scripts for 4 and 5 written. They're already done.
No, well, I mean,
the
but
he is gonna stay in this world for
No, I
as
said
long
the first part's already shot. What were you going to say, Blaine, though? Sorry, we all...
No, y'all are good. Y'all are good. I was just gonna say I've heard a lot of our criticalist people say that, like, especially the last movie with Spider, they really hated him, and it seems to be at least that he was some improvement in this one. I kind of felt the same, which not where Badger was, where I don't even remember that second movie hardly. Like, it just did nothing for me, which I think also, it does, as much as I enjoyed this one, it just does continue to feel like a series of missed opportunities with the story without him having to get too much more complicated with it, where it's like that second movie, I was going in expecting like possibly like Avatar pirates and actually on the ocean and crazy sea monsters and something cool and different.
Space, not space? Air pirates, air raiders.
Right. Yeah, we got it a little bit in this one.
They need to bring him to Earth.
Is that Cameron spent so much money on The Way of Water that he needed to make this movie to help recoup some of that cost. At the same time, this felt like he's done. The story just felt like he didn't care as much as he used to, in that I don't think he has 2 more movies in him.
I think that he should have brought it to Earth and call it Avatar SeaWorld.
So the whales can swim around in circles and have their fins go over?
No, I mean, like, and you get the
I'm sorry, this is
jumping out
not
of the water
quote
for fish, and you know.
The fins dripping over, no.
Did they?
Go ahead.
I mean, look, Jake Sully is human. He began as human. His body is now in a native Pandoran body. Does he have relatives back on Earth? What if his family, his Earthbound family,
his brother died.
him? His brother died, but he was a twin. That's why they were able to. He was able to, use the Avatar. But there are so many. This world has so much sci-fi possibility, and he made it the Swiss Family Pandora, a very simple-minded family adventure, which is fine. I'd like to know, Blaine, like how old your kids are.
So I've got a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old, and both of them were kind of so-so on it. Actually, the younger one was more excited than my daughter was. But they both enjoyed it. But both of them, by the end of that 3 hours and 15, were like, I was good at around 3 hours or less. Like, which I'll say, even for the length, I was still surprised they held out pretty well, because I think it's so. That this movie does not stop. It's balls out from the moment it starts.
I'll tell you this.
Welcome, Robert Meyer. We're
the Brady Bunch.
I think they should just omit the trailers.
Thanks
and
for showing up.
I have a question for
hanging out with us.
I have a question for the people who saw the movie. So the first 2, to be quite frank, I don't think Cameron did much world building. It was eco and blue people and water. It wasn't the same kind of world building that Lucas, even though we pillar him for the prequels, he added so much world building for other people to then ignore. I mean, in terms
the Ash
of
people and the flying nomad traders,
and Parliament, and he added like an insane amount of world building to the prequels for any future. Owners of the property to maybe use, which they chose not to.
We did actually see the Senate.
I don't find any of that world building in the first 2 Avatars. It was the second movie was the same as the first. I was, and I'm asking for the third one. Is there more world building?
There's less
significant. There is more. They added extra tribes and dynamics. There's a whole new factions.
And
that's hardly what you got in the first 2 movies. I mean, I'll disagree with Paul in the world building. The first 2 movies were great, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that I saw it in 3D.
Of course,
Cameron went
has
full 3D,
like
pulling critters into the theater as opposed to just making the screen the window. And it's there's a lot of exploration that goes on in this one. We're essentially in the same world. There's that new tribe, but they're in a burned down part of the forest, which is not exactly as immersive experience that you want.
The weird places where the expanding of all this world actually happened, and probably no one on this panel has done it, is there is a video game
why haven't
they
we
put
tried?
an ungodly amount of effort into. And I got talked into playing it, and it's basically like one of those Far Cry style video games that came out a couple of years ago. But it's wild because I've been playing it and watching this movie. I kept seeing different plants and all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, that plant does this, and this one does this. And there's a moment when some plants shoot some darts and take some people out. Like, those are in that game, and it carried over into this. And there's a lot of, like, subtext, weird stuff that he's added, and there's a lot of lore. It's just not really spoken, and I kind of got more out of playing that game.
So he's got like all of it. The world is all set. Real quick before Robert talks about, did they like level up the whole, they can all just go into a virtual fucking matrix through the mycelial network, and just everyone that's ever dead is there alive in some like NPC form, and they can all just hang out inside the virtual world.
Yeah, it's a hard drive backup of everyone who's been born.
It seemed more spiritual and woo-woo in the first one, and this is just like you just jack into the mycelial network and everyone's just chilling out there. Oh, how I died, bro.
No, it's a virtual. It's not a virtual anything. It's
I don't know. Again, that could have been.
Afterlife,
I disagree, Paul. I think the world building, they just didn't expand on it. They set up some great ideas. It didn't pay them off.
I'm saying that there was world building, especially in the first movie. The mech.
You're disagreeing with me.
But they have to connect. They can't just connect to any tree. They have to connect to a spirit tree. It has this certain. So if you want to go into virtual computers or the cloud, I guess. In order to do so within their world, you have to connect to a certain server, if you will, to the cloud. So, which is, I guess, you got to have access permissions, because they refer to Kiwi's inability to connect to Awa as she's blocked by a firewall. What I was thinking immediately, she does not have certain access. Like, if you want to think about Microsoft has this thing called what's it called? Microsoft. I'm supposed to know it for certain IT positions. Not access. Microsoft. Let me. What's a Windows search? Microsoft. Oh crap.
After that, there wasn't anything more.
It's not Azure. It's not Azure. It's. They ask it all the time. Do you have this skill? Do you have experience? Microsoft software to handle accounts. No, it's not accounting. It's Microsoft software to handle access control, something. I think it's Microsoft Access Control, the identity and access management. You can grant certain devices permissions and take certain permissions away. You can block out, exile, if you will, a certain device, or you can grant it more permissions. You control who has accounts, who does it. It's basically, I think that is access control. So she my car identity was verified, but she didn't have certain permissions to access that point of AWA. Once she started to hit a certain level, she was kind of pushed out. Kind of like a muscle, actually. You have a certain amount until your muscles go into fatigue, and you can only go a few more lifts after that. Microsoft, not Microsoft, is it? It's not Microsoft Access, although that's like database. I have it on a virtual machine, and I'm still need to learn how to do it. But that's pretty much what it is. She didn't have permissions, no access.
Exactly, that's right. Nothing new.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, and yes, George Lucas did it better.
Yeah,
for sure.
But the problem for me with this movie is really the character of Jake Sully. Like you're saying, Chris, to me, he just comes off as protagonist. He doesn't really have any real character to him. He's just there. And it's like, okay, if I'm going to follow this story, I need somebody that I can latch on to. Okay, you're going to take me on this adventure. I'm going to be going through all of these crazy worlds and all of this stuff. I need to know who am I following and who am I attached to, who's interesting in this world. If it wasn't for these movies, I wouldn't remember. I mean, well, let me say this. If it wasn't for the fact that this movie was coming out this year, I probably would have forgotten the name of Jake Sully. All right?
Honestly, this movie really does not work without the prior two. Because the first one was pretty much his story, along with Nate Terry. It was really Jacob's story. The second one was more about his kids. Jacob's kind of pushed to the background until like the ending fight scene. In this one, everybody has their own story. Courage has got more of his story. The Ash people were the leader of the Ash people, not with the Ash people, but just Farang herself has her story, sub-story, whatever. Neytiri, we already know she's the one that's given less screen time, but she has a dynamic point at the end when she infiltrates the when the Ash people temporarily or whatever team up with the humans. She infiltrates because she takes the little tag of one after killing them and painting herself to look like them. Which is why you don't want to fall asleep, because if you fall asleep and wake up to that moment, you're going to be like, who the fuck is that? Is that Neytiri? Oh. You have to figure it out if somebody will tell you. But like, what's his name? Totenori, which is the Metkahina. Metkahina clan. The husband of Wanao, they both have small little parts in this movie. Wanao more or less has a redeeming. I'm not gonna say redeeming. She has a good part, but of course she dies. Spoiler alert. But Totenori is like he had more in the second movie than he does in this one. So everybody's kind of reduced involving that. You don't see a whole lot of the Matkahina. You see Syria, I think her name is Syria, it starts with a T, but I can't say she has more than she did in the second movie. Her brother, who Loic got in a fight with, both Loic and Natium, as well as his sidekick guy, who dies. They have a little moment, but not much. The Tokun have even less, because really it wasn't even about the Tokun in the last one. It's really just about Payakan. So who has the most screen time? I would say Courage has more screen time than any of the other minor characters, because he's not a minor character anymore. Like in the last one, he was so major that they had to make him more so now, but he had, in the last one, the equal amount of story time almost, even less than the Makina. I can't pronounce the names right. But he has more than they do. Because I feel like it's more of a Courage story than anything else. But Jake doesn't have much. He's kind of like not omnipresent, but he's like ever so in the background. I think it's really kind of, when you talk about the kids, it's basically stretched out with Loic and Kiri, but for the most part, everybody's got their own fair amount of needed screen time. That's just how I feel about it.
The last two movies, I probably would not remember who the hell are the characters in this movie. And we're now on the third movie, and it's like I know Jake Sully and I know Spider, okay, and now I know Varang. But everybody else is just kind of a mishmash of blue people that do stuff. And I don't remember any of these guys. They're not memorable characters, so I don't really follow them. I don't really care about them. That's what's missing. We need characters we care about. And then we'll follow them and we'll love them and we'll do whatever they put us through.
One thing I learned, though, is that the gestation period of... The thing I learned is that the gestation period of the Na'vi are 2 movies.
Yeah. Rob, what did you think? And welcome, Rob.
Turn away.
I'm a fan of this franchise. I think it's. I think there's a lot of really interesting things that went on. Look, for me, it's an experiential thing. Being immersed in this world. I mean, I think what James Cameron is doing, what he's trying to say in these films was made more clear in this film than ever before. And I think he wants to say the interesting thing about Pandora, like planets like Solaris that have been shown to us in science fiction movies before, Pandora is actually alive. The whole planet is alive. Awa is a living entity. And I think what he's going to say, if he makes it to the end of this, is that Earth's Awa died. And that we are living on a planet where we that is out of balance. And I think the whole premise is, now that I don't want to ruin anything, but there's a really interesting thing that they made happen in this film in regards to human beings and Pandora itself, which forwarded the idea of it. And I think that if you go and you follow the idea of transcendence, I think what he's eventually going to do is that the Pandorans are going to find their way back to Earth and bring Awa with them somehow and reignite our dead planet. I think that would be the ultimate vision of where he's going, because it's an eco fairy tale. And
damn, that's a total mindfuck. You just shut the shit on. Shut the shit on. Not the. Not the. Wait, bitch, not the. He completely just shot my theory out the window. Thank you.
And the idea that as they show, it's not everybody's sort of intertwined, and it's more like, you know, there is a mycelial network here on this planet, and there is a lot of things going on here that we are completely unaware of. Whereas the people of Pandora, they didn't go off and become an industrialized civilization because their technology is biological. And I think I found it really, there were some moments in this movie, like when they talked to the elder whales, for lack of a better term, when they all came up to speak, where there was real awe. I felt real awe and wonder in that moment. And while you have the beats on this movie are kind of the same, there were still really interesting things that were going on. But I think that, like, I really like seeing the merchant trader Na'vi that went from place to place to place. I would like to have seen more of them. And I think that the Varan and her Mordor Na'vi we could have seen Quaritch have a similar experience to Jake Sully learning about the Na'vi in the first movie. I would have liked to have seen Quaritch learn the ways of this forsaken tribe that their forest was destroyed by fire.
You saw it, but only through, like, you know, he was wearing less and less military, and he started wearing their face paint.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
the inverse journey, where, like, if you even remember your uniform, like that type of thing.
Yeah, and it was I liked all that, and you could tell. I mean, they had that one overhead shot. He was banging her, you know.
Well, of course.
It got to the point where they didn't want to go into that, but I thought that it was really interesting that where he was accusing Jake Sully of going full on native, Quaritch was kind of doing the same.
Just need the love of a good woman, Rob, and then
I know.
But
they both. That was interesting. I would like to have seen those things amped up a little bit. The parallel, because Quaritch found there was a lot of a family story going on with Quaritch as much as Jake Sully, different kinds of families that I thought was interesting. But at the end of the day, I just like sitting. I saw this at the Directors Guild. The presentation was unbelievable. I mean, it was a high frame rate and 3D, and it's just insane.
Quaritch was my favorite part of the whole movie. His entire journey.
It was great.
I love when enemies have to work together, and they have like honor binding them, you know, and they call each other by their ranks. And, on your word as a Marine, like I love shit like that.
We did kill our Celestial. Our Awa. It's the Celestial that died as it was.
By the way, he'll never. These are horrible decisions. Don't ever take us to fucking Earth. I don't need to see a dystopian Earth. It's Pandora syndrome, not Earth syndrome. People want to see Pandora.
It's already been confirmed they're going to Earth.
Good thing to go into. So let's see. Let's jump to something else. Sorry, let's give a little bit of a. I want to check out what some people have to say about SpongeBob. So I'm gonna open a new tab and. I'm gonna see what they say. Spoiler review. Anyway. I gotta check out some of these. Oh, we have one. We actually have one. Sorry, I'm just building this list. Okay, alright. Alright, we're going to get into the Housemaid.
Hey, I'm Will Harris, and I'm the first small to play professional rollerball with the fiercest animals in the most dangerous state.
Hi, I'm Pavis from Germany. Nice to meet you. We're starting a two-shot. And here we are with Mr. Britton Dalton, and we are here at the premiere of Fire and Ash from Avatar. So how much fun was it for you playing this part in this movie?
I wouldn't...
how hard was it?
I wouldn't say it was fun, and I wouldn't say it was hard. It was a blessing, for sure, and it was necessary for my life. And so that's why it was such a blessing for me to sort of have a therapy and an outlet to be able to pour my heart out, to pour what was going on in my life at the time into my work, my play rather, and so it was a true blessing to have Jim, to work with such incredible people, not because of the fame and the status and the velocity of this film, but because of the heart of it, because of the heart of the people working on it.
Great explanation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
You can tell he had some problems, but that's cool. He had some problems, but that's cool.
Amazing. Now that you're here.
Yeah, thank you. That's
I don't know why I'm watching these.
So we're going to talk about this little
I'm
franchise
trying to build my
that you're part of.
playlist,
No big deal. Yeah. But we love, our show is New York Living. We love folks who are from here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get banned for
You went to high school where?
LaGuardia.
That's why we were like stars just like us, because obviously
Well,
you went
I will
to
say I got
LaGuardia.
accepted, and I also booked Avatar within like 2 months. So
no.
Then I only attended for a semester. So people who are in my class that graduated, they'll be like, "Wait, no, Bailey, tell the full truth." So I got accepted. It's a 7% acceptance rate, so I'm proud of that.
That's right.
I've
Great.
been going to LaGuardia since I was like 8.
Oh
so
my
it was a
gosh.
very big moment, and then I booked Avatar.
We have
I'm like,
never
okay,
histo-
another big moment.
Yeah. Well,
It's
going
gonna be
and actually doing the thing, right, is why a lot of people do go to LaGuardia. So
Yeah, thank you.
just
Fucking
skipped
hair
ahead a little
transplant.
bit.
Thank you. I
there.
appreciate that.
You're on the fast track. Yeah. Tell us about the film. How exciting. You've been so busy traveling all over the world for this. What has that been like?
Oh, I went to Milan for the first time, so we had the Milan premiere. I was in LA and then Paris and Milan, and
okay.
the Paris one was just so glamorous. And I come from very humble beginnings, so like I didn't get on a plane until we did the press tour for the last film, for Way of Water. So that was my first time. Like I've been on planes, but not out of the country, and meeting
Think I'm
people
putting too
from
much?
different places in the world. Like it was just so amazing to get this opportunity, and if work wasn't taking me there, I don't know when I would get that opportunity. So I feel very fortunate.
Oh my gosh. So tell us about this film. You mentioned you were in the previous one, The Way of Water.
Yes.
Now
This
Fire and
stupid
Ash.
machine.
What is it like being a part of this franchise that is global, universal? Yeah.
It's really special, especially because working with James Cameron.
She calls him Jim. She calls him Jim.
Nickname basis.
Real quick though,
okay?
before you get into the Jim of it all.
Yes.
Who is your character for folks who don't know?
I play Soraya. She's part of the Methkaina clan. That's the clan that was introduced in Way of Water, and they're
the Water Clan, and they teach the Sully family how to swim when they're going through so much chaos. But then in Way of Water, the chaos is brought to us. And what Jim did so thoughtfully is he introduced this younger generation. And you'll really see in Fire and Ash how the younger cast, these younger kids are really taking charge and being leaders, which we see all the time in our day-to-day as well.
Right. Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you online in viral videos where you have like the, you know, the costume on, but it's not, you know, it's all of the dots on your face. What is it like acting like that? Is it different than stepping on a stage or in front of a screen as yourself or a human?
Here's a picture, there you are.
Yeah, that's me.
So it looks just like you, but you know,
but
different version, right?
That was, well, it was my first film, so I didn't know any better. I didn't, there was nothing else for me to compare it to. So, but I was given the greatest gift of using my imagination first, using my emotion first, which a lot of times, you know, we have cameras in front of us right now, and that can distract from connecting with your scene partner. So the fact that we're forced to use only our emotion, I think that's why it's such a global film and audiences connect to it, because no matter what you look like, you still will connect with the emotion.
Where does all of this wisdom come from? Were you an avid reader? Did your family expose you to the wonders that is New York City? Because this is very mature and adult
remind us
of you.
how old you are?
I'm 22.
Unbelievable.
No. No, you're not.
I would say I'm an eldest child. I was raised by a single mother, and we were very poor. And I think because of those ups and downs that any family, any child who knows who is in those circumstances experience, you kind of take up your bootstraps and you kind of have to grow up a little fast. But then also, since I was working since I was 2, then being in a professional world and grappling that at the same time, I was around adults a lot. And then when you experience so much, for lack of a better term, trauma so young, you either learn to choose the hope and the brightness or not. And so I always tell people, what other choice do I have? I'd rather be happy.
I love this. Oh, so it's so wonderful to see someone so grounded. Truly, truly, truly.
Really quick thought. Did anyone say to you, like, don't go down this path? You have to have a plan A. You know, this can be your plan B, especially coming from, you know, maybe unstable beginning.
Yeah, I think my family was always really supportive. So in my nuclear family, there was always like, you can do anything, go for it. But I think from friends and from teachers and from other people that don't understand that this can be a true path if you keep going. I also have other jobs. Like I work for nonprofits. I'm a grant writer as well. So
in her free time.
I love doing freelance. Acting is freelance, and if you have that mindset, then go for it, and it's your dream. So it is difficult, but everything in life is difficult. You just choose your struggle.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you for spending your freelance life with us. I joke because the star of Avatar, she's also writing grants and being a student and a member of a family. So thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So good.
So be sure to check out Avatar. See beautiful Bailey, Fire and Ash in theaters and IMAX today. Big day.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want, bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator. I got some products that need description, so I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that lands. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high quality image in seconds. You can have some real fun with this. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what you want, and there it is. I may not be an artist, but that's art. If you're ready to build something you love, head to Wix.
Bye. I'm trying to find more. I'm trying to start a playlist for SpongeBob, honestly.
Avatar Fire and Ash has completed its opening weekend, and at the domestic box office, it's not great. It made $88 million in the US. That's actually below previous estimates for the domestic box office. There were some estimates that were over $100 million or $120 million. $88 million is actually the same as the domestic opening for Captain America Brave New World. Though I'm not comparing those two films because Captain America Brave New World had terrible hold weekend to weekend. And I think Fire and Ash will probably have great hold by comparison. Now, at the same time, $88 million is significantly less than the domestic opening for this film's predecessor, 2022's Avatar.
I'm sorry, but I want to see this. Go ahead and put that into the
Way of Water.
That's a good idea, okay. Right. I have no idea what I'm doing. Close tab. I just want to see this. Like seeing them when they're young. No. Oh god, no. Hell no. Okay. What was that video? Okay.
Awesome! Beautiful! The young cast of the Avatar sequels visited Pandora, the world of Avatar at Disney's Animal Kingdom, leading up to the big announcement about their role in the Avatar sequels.
I love Pandora. I love
You mean to tell me that they had this fucking theme park waiting before the second movie even came out and no one knew about it? No one knew about this fucking theme park. Like, Disney was like gonna hide it.
The mourning period is not even over. You should be with your family, not gathering these things. Your woman needs you. Your woman needs you. The mourning period is...
Bro, she just outed his ass in front of his woman. Damn. Just damn. Makes me want to go see it again.
Connect with the nature and banshee riding.
Oh my gosh. It is like the coolest place I've ever been to.
Amazing. Like, that's the...
It is like the coolest place I've ever been to.
Amazing.
Tell you the staring eyes.
That's the word that describes Pandora. Amazing.
Those all light up at night. Those all become bioluminescent at night.
Important to movie producer John Landau was having the cast explore the...
At night.
Bro, she was there before... We knew it when we saw this.
Important to movie producer John Landau was having the cast explore the land, the closest they'll ever get to Pandora.
We're able to put our cast on Pandora. They can touch and feel and see what it's really like to be there.
You see the floating mountains.
He's dead now, by the way. John Landau.
Like, look at that. Like, you're never gonna see that anywhere else.
Their adventures on Pandora will help fuel their
teeth are fake.
performance when back on set.
I like to internalize it and think about how I'm gonna bring it into my character and how I'm gonna play this role.
Just being here, you get to know what the area looks like. You've already got it in your head.
All of it. I'll remember all of it. Just the experience of feeling like you're actually living it.
The cast could not wait to ride Flight of Passage. They rehearsed with performance capture in a sterile stage environment, so riding on a real banshee for the first time was an absolute thrill.
I just like went down and I went.
It made me feel like I was an avatar. I felt like I had like the world in my hands.
I think the most special thing about it was having it breathe under you and feeling that like relationship with another creature. In rehearsals before that, I was just going, yeah, I'm just riding a block, but I'm pretending to be something. I'm not really treating it as another being. So that's a really cool thing to find.
The music, like every
On Navi River Journey, they felt right at home.
The music combines with the nature. I just love it, and it was really beautiful and made me cry.
Everything works together.
The shaman's right there, and it was so realistic. I saw her movements and everything, and it was really beautiful.
It's been really fun.
This really is an actor's dream. Really is.
Yep, it's when they were young. Now they know it all.
It's an actor's dream.
Funny, it was like 8 years ago. Right, let's go into what it looks like now. No. You must be thinking of the other guy. He's a boo. My son, bitch. I think they're loved characters. Thank you.
This is gonna be awesome.
The young cast of the Avatar sequels visited Pandora, the world of Avatar at Disney's Animal Kingdom.
I love Pandora. I love how you connect with the nature and banshee riding.
Being here on Pandora really helped make the world, maybe, at least for me, tangible in my mind and bring it into our performance capture filming.
Amazing. Like, that's the word that describes Pandora. Amazing.
That's why we came years ago to Pandora, is to see the world and to be more connected with the Na'vi.
You see the floating mountains. Like, look at that. Like, you're never gonna see that anywhere else.
The floating mountains is my personal favorite, and the waterfalls and like the little ponds.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
And Flight of Passage, whenever I ride that ride, I'm just so excited.
I think the most special thing about it was having it breathe under you and feeling that like relationship with another creature.
The fact that audiences can experience becoming a Na'vi like we experienced when we were doing training for months, I can't even wrap my mind around it. It's extremely immersive.
Everything about that experience, even just walking around outside, like built the foundation of my imagination for Pandora.
There are Easter eggs, like there are elus, a bunch of elus in the water on Flight of Passage. I'm so happy that people got a taste of Avatar: The Way of Water even before it came into theaters.
Something like this happens is an amazing prospect. Like the fact that we're in a park like this and that represents the world of the film is quite something.
There's something special about this park, and even after the movies have long existed, this will still be here and give people the magic of Pandora.
I don't want to watch all of it again.
Historically used generative AI in any of the Avatar films, and I think people have assumed, oh, it's all made with computers, and it's not. It's thousands of artists. And I'm intensely opposed to replacing actors. That's anathema to me, because the unique lived lens of human experiences, the idiosyncrasies that an individual writer or actor would bring, when you feed in the training data based on millions of images and thousands of performances, you're going to innately get an average value. Maybe plausible, but it's average, and we don't fight for average, guys. We have never historically used generative AI in any of the Avatar films, and I think
because they can't pinpoint the little individual nodes for it. It has to have something to track. You can't create that. It's very stiff things, very stiff times. They can't create something that folds in and of itself. A human has to do that. You have to, or whatever you're trying to imitate.
Wait, did 70-year-olds...
Yeah. Yeah, son.
You look better.
Gotta call her a bitch.
I was rereading Mercer's old file on you. You're the most dangerous storyteller I've ever met.
Imagine my mom.
My clan's stories are lost.
Little shit.
Stolen. If I am a warrior now, that is your people's doom.
I hear you. What happened to your clan was a tragedy.
Tell he's the bad guy.
Look where we are. Opposite sides. It's a shame. Humans and Na'vi have the potential to build a good future together.
You think we'd join you?
I believe some will. But not the Sarentu, and not Sotlek.
Sotlek's alive?
For now. He's a survivor, that one.
A survivor? Is that what your research says? You have no idea who he is. What he's done. It doesn't matter who you send after him, or how many. You won't stop him. You are in your final days.
You seem very sure of him.
I know him. He'll come for me. They all will.
Sata momwel am aloke.
Does she have to have a ring up there?
There's this old rhyme that I found in the logs from Tap. An old Sarentu song. Ongalu Sarentu, that eloke emrae.
That is not your song to sing.
We are Sarentu. We will survive forever. But only in memories.
I should play the game, bro. Just so stupid. Yeah, okay, alright. Alright, don't get your panties in the bunch. Don't take the panties in the bunch, man. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Finally, we get into Spongebob.
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight.
The SpongeBob movie, Search for SquarePants, is the latest film in the SpongeBob franchise to hit theaters. This time around, we are following SpongeBob trying to become a big guy. He mainly wants to accomplish this just to ride a roller coaster, but in the process of becoming a big guy, he runs into the Flying Dutchman. From here, SpongeBob will realize that becoming a big guy is a lot harder than he thought. And that's all. Pretty much any spoilers, you guys. This will be a spoiler-free review. Hey, man, if you don't know what the movie's like after I just read you that plot synopsis, I don't know what to tell you. Ice Spice is in it as a fish, though.
How do you still live?
Yeah. But okay, we are now on the 4th SpongeBob movie, and honestly, as a guy who grew up watching SpongeBob, little sad. For a number of reasons. One, it's interesting that SpongeBob is still going on to this day. I mean, new seasons and episodes still come out. And when a show runs that long, well, then you just run into the eras that you watch SpongeBob, right? And I was someone who enjoyed the first 3 seasons. That first movie, that was awesome. Still quote it and love it to this day. And then about a season or 2 after that, then SpongeBob was dead to me. And it wasn't until I was thinking about SpongeBob and its cultural impact where I was like, dang, I did a lot of SpongeBob stuff growing up. I played the 2 PlayStation games, one of the SpongeBob movie, and I forget the name of the other one, but he has like an army helmet. I loved those games growing up. And speaking of like references and jokes and callbacks I sometimes throw into my videos of SpongeBob, you would think it maybe still holds this cultural relevance, but I think this movie is proof SpongeBob is lost. And I don't even think Nickelodeon knows what to do with him anymore. I walked out of this movie dreading it. There's a funny thing because I grew up allowed to watch SpongeBob, but you know, go ask your friends, ask your partners. Some people were not allowed to watch SpongeBob growing up, okay? There was parents out there that said, that Sponge, he's the demon. How do I know this? My lady with super religious parents, she was a no SpongeBob household. It hurts me and it makes me rethink our relationship because whenever I say a SpongeBob reference and she just stares at me blankly, I question our love a little. But let me tell you something, if this movie was my first ever introduction into SpongeBob, I'd become that parent to ban it and say, this will make you lose brain cells and this level of brain rot will not be tolerated. Look, let me just quickly mention some of the few things I did like about the movie. For one, I do like the animation style. I think they've come to a really great point where it's this 3D animation that really highlights a lot of cool aspects of the 2D animated SpongeBob cartoon. It doesn't hinder a lot of the visual gags they try to do. Heck, I even really like some of the detail on it because when you're looking up close at SpongeBob, he has all the tiny little pores, like if he were an actual sponge on your kitchen sink. But I guess that's really all. Is like I thought the animation was cool because everything else. Look, my main problem with this SpongeBob movie, of course there is going to be a group of people that like it. Who is going to be that group? I think children between the ages of 5 and 7. This SpongeBob movie is of the same vein of a Minions movie, where it's just dumbed down, loud noises, humor, nonsense, so ridiculous. And that's perfectly fine because there is an audience for that. Like, the Minions has proven it. So wildly successful. But I really question that decision because is that really even who is watching SpongeBob nowadays? We grow up in such an interesting time now where when I grew up, we would have dedicated channels, whether it was Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Disney Channel. We'd see a couple of programs, you'd go to school with your friends, and you'd talk about, oh, did you see the SpongeBob episode? Did you see the Halloween special? Did you see this, that? And that's where this era of like inside jokes, where we can constantly reference SpongeBob episodes, and we'll have a little connection. I don't think that exists today with modern kids. Kids are not turning on the TV to watch cable, flip on Nickelodeon, and watch the most recent episodes of SpongeBob. As soon as that tablet is put in your hand, your SpongeBob becomes whatever random YouTuber you decide to put on. And that brain rot is even crazier because if you sometimes look at whatever a kid is watching on their tablet, it'll make you go, oh man, society's cooked. We cooked. And that to me as a social experiment is so interesting because then it is not those kids who are watching SpongeBob. So then to make a movie that is going to appeal to those kids who are not really connecting with the yellow square boy, it kind of makes sense why as of right now it's tracking that the SpongeBob movie is going to open in 4th place on its opening weekend, really showing you how far the sponge has fallen. And it's not just the viewer audience not being there anymore. I think a lot of it also has to do with the way Nickelodeon has treated the brand. And diehard SpongeBob fans know that once the creator Steven Hellenberg died, Nickelodeon decided to milk SpongeBob for all he's worth. Spin-off shows when he's a little kid, then giving individual characters their own movies, a Plankton movie, a Sandy Cheeks movie, films that like came and went and I heard no one talk about. And now even this movie was also actually supposed to be a solo Mr. Krabs movie. Yeah, you can look up at the behind the scenes of this movie. This film was not supposed to be a SpongeBob centered story. It was just going to be about an adventure with Mr. Krabs. But I'm assuming because of the failed success of the Plankton and Sandy Cheeks movie, they went back to the drawing board and added the sponge in here. And within the movie, you can kind of tell it feels like a glorified TV special. That's what this movie feels like, is like if I'm back in elementary school and this was just like a weekly movie they decided to put on, it's good enough for that. As far as a big theatrical movie, it's such a dud. So much of it feels aimless and random. I wish I could say a lot of the humor landed. There was a couple of jokes that actually made me giggle. That's just the magic of SpongeBob. Every now and then they have a pretty meta reference or a quotable line. I didn't hate Mark Hamill as the voice of the Flying Dutchman. I was kind of upset they didn't bring back the original voice actor because that's just the voice I most recognize with the Flying Dutchman. But Mark Hamill actually did a great job with it. But the story in itself is also very redundant to the first SpongeBob movie. There's a whole arc in that film about SpongeBob and Patrick wanting to be men, where they have little mustaches made of seaweed, and there's a great song, "Now that we're men, we can do anything. Now that we're men." That one ended off with a little live action scene of David Hasselhoff, and a lot of the SpongeBob movies followed that formula to this one, having a final act that takes place in the real world. That just gave me a lot of secondhand embarrassment to watch, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not saying SpongeBob needs to now appeal to the kids that grew up on him and I need a dark or depressing SpongeBob movie, but as I was watching this film, I'm going, is it just because it's a kids movie? That's why, like, I feel so bored, like I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open right now. But no, just not even that long ago, I sat through Zootopia 2 so engaged, so interested in the story, the characters, and even the silly family fun attached to it. And I bet if you watch the first SpongeBob movie and this SpongeBob movie back to back, you will just see SpongeBob got like a lobotomy or something. He's just been so downgraded to this mindless idiot sponge. It's no longer that entertaining to watch. So just something more like that, where take it a little bit more seriously. Put a little bit more effort into the actual story. I get it's still, in a sense, based off a cartoon, so like randomness and silliness will happen, but there are scenes that happen in this movie where you can just feel like they are just making it up. There is no logic or reason. They just happen because they gotta happen, and that just caused such a big disconnect. Also, a small little nitpick here, but one thing also I used to appreciate about SpongeBob is because the creators studied marine life and actually put in that effort into the show, the characters and creatures of Bikini Bottom felt very lived in. Now we're at a point where there's literally fishes. There's several fish creatures in here where they're just the regular fish shape and just hands and legs. No creativity involved whatsoever. I mean, there's like a freaking fish character that's just made out of rope in here with an eyeball, and even just floating eyeballs. This movie made me mad. This movie made me mad. Again, though, look, if you're the biggest diehard SpongeBob fan, maybe you'll still just get an enjoyment out of spending some time. But this is not the quality of film you need to be throwing SpongeBob in theaters. This is a straight-to-streaming movie. It is crazy that the mascot of Nickelodeon is going to have a movie come and go that, like, I'm telling you, not very many people are going to be talking about. So when it comes to the SpongeBob movie, I'm going to give action 3 stars. Yeah, there's enough of heightened crazy things going on, but none of the action actually really piqued my interest. Comedy in the movie, man, 1.5 star. The humor in here is just not it, man. For every 10 jokes, maybe you'll laugh at 2 of them, but I was quite disappointed with the humor in here. And like I said, it felt very much geared towards the super young audience, like Minions level humor. Drama in the film, I'm gonna give it 1 star. There is really no story. It's a fine episode of SpongeBob that was stretched out to 1.5 hours long. And suspense in the movie, I'm gonna give it 1 star. Because the movie is so wishy-washy with its logic, its objective, and what's going on from scene to scene, you just disconnect and go, alright, this movie's just making it up as it go along, so when is it over? Looking at the 3 seasons is a movie that's best going towards the casual fans, just wanting to distract the child they're babysitting for 1.5 hours. So for the SpongeBob movie, I think this is something you should wait to rent or stream at home.
That'll do, Donkey. That'll do.
Again, I didn't expect Oscar or the next best animated movie, but I expected at least to be entertained, and what I got was me struggling to stay awake. I'd really love to know from you guys, especially if like you're around my age and you're someone that grew up with SpongeBob and just remembers that SpongeBob mania. What do you think the problem with the brand is, and maybe why it's not connecting so much with kids nowadays like they're trying to target, but no one is going to the theater to watch this. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow me at 3C Films or on TikTok at 3C Films. But as always, I'm Chris. Take care.
The sights, the sounds, the styles. Get tickets at Ticketmaster and experience NBA basketball live. Ticketmaster. the official ticket marketplace of the NBA.
The SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants is okay. Let me explain.
Destiny is squeezing my buns. Do you feel it?
So one of our first looks at the new SpongeBob movie was this teaser filled with butt jokes. Yeah, the marketing for this movie set my expectations at rock bottom, and after finally watching Search for SquarePants, I'm happy to say these trailers don't do it justice. It's slightly better than I expected, but only slightly. I snagged a ticket for the first early showing at my local AMC, and got some free stickers in the poster. Then I sat down and had the pleasure of hearing a loop of Big Guy as a giant countdown appeared on the movie screen. This song is so annoying, but also catchy, but also annoying, and I don't like that it's still playing in my head. When the curtains opened on the SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants, I could tell it would be a moderately fun time. It's another beautiful day for SpongeBob, and he wants to be a big guy. He's finally tall enough to ride a terrifying roller coaster, but backs out last minute after being too scared. When SpongeBob and Patrick hear Mr. Krabs' pirate tales of adventure, they set off on their own adventure with the Flying Dutchman to become brave swashbucklers. Most of the movie then features two major storylines: SpongeBob and Patrick in the underworld, while Mr. Krabs, Squidward, and Gary chase after them. Here's what I liked about the movie. The underworld is a fun, unique setting to explore. The animation all around is an absolute treat for the eyes. There's genuine charm in how these characters move and express themselves. There are some surprisingly well-written jokes. I also love the focus on SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs' father-son kind of relationship that we haven't seen much since the early days of the show.
Let me check this out. This copying and pasting does not take much at all. You're a one of those we play things. Like, you know how they replay, we repeat the lyrics with the beats, and you know, break it up and shit. It's a Gen Z thing. Oh, SpongeBob Big Guy Pants. Okay. I feel like she was coerced to play this, to sing this song, like forced by money.
On my purse, they came fresh out of clamp. Big guy, big guy, big guy, big.
I think I gotta stop before I get a copyright violation. Just saying that I think there's a fucking copyright violation here. Not honestly.
Plus, there were a few scenes towards the end that reach Patchy the Pirate levels of corniness, and I was laughing a lot. Now here's what I didn't like about the movie. The potty humor was too much. For every banger of a joke, there were others that either didn't make sense or just made the characters annoying. Meanwhile, there's some weird pacing with unnecessary scenes thrown in just to extend the runtime. I wasn't big on Mark Hamill as the Flying Dutchman. I think the original voice actor would have done a way better job. And while there was a ton of fun, cartoony fighting and action, some of it felt like nonsense just to keep little kids stimulated. Also, the core storyline and theme here feels like the 2004 movie, but so much worse. If you're a hardcore SpongeBob fan, you can't go wrong seeing this bad boy in theaters. It is one of the better SpongeBob movies, even if that's not saying much. There's enough here to give you a good time. But if you're looking for absolute cinema, or something that'll come close to the quality of the first one, this ain't it, Chief. But how do you feel about all of this? Have you already watched Search for SquarePants? Let's talk in the comments. But anyway, that's all for this video. Subscribe for more awesome cartoon videos.
Yep. I don't know if I'd like SpongeBob either, actually. Let's watch... Oh shit, I didn't mean to go that long. No.
Well, it's time for another SpongeBob movie.
No. Well, something shorter.
SpongeBob is back for an all-new adventure, the SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants. So today, let's see if it's worth your time. Desperate to be a big guy, SpongeBob sets out to prove his bravery to Mr. Krabs by following the Flying Dutchman. I grew up with SpongeBob. I remember watching some of the earliest episodes of SpongeBob. I seen the movies in theaters. I just have a good time watching SpongeBob. The last couple SpongeBob movies haven't been the best thing that they have offered up, and I'm still not adjusted to the new style of animation that they put out for these movies. I do prefer the older style animation for SpongeBob that is on Nickelodeon. But I was really excited to see Mark Hamill voicing the Flying Dutchman. And he does a great job of voicing the Flying Dutchman. He's a great voice actor in general with the Joker. Really tap into that villainous role. I do think that Brian Doyle Murray is better at the Flying Dutchman, but Mark Hamill was really good in this movie. And this isn't the funniest SpongeBob movie. I do think it's a bit light on jokes that do land. It still offers up a lot of potty humor and typical SpongeBob humor. But I appreciated the story for this movie. I think it has a stronger SpongeBob story compared to other movies that have been released. What works for this movie is SpongeBob wanting to prove that he is a big boy. Now that he is a certain height, he believes that he should be brave and go on a big roller coaster and wants to prove his bravery to Mr. Krabs and seeks out the Flying Dutchman so he can become a swashbuckler and prove that he is brave to Mr. Krabs. What I like about that aspect of the story is that it tries to showcase that you can be big but still have your personality. SpongeBob thinks he has to give up his bubble blowing days because now he is a big guy. Because he sees Mr. Krab a certain way and believes that this is what it takes to be a big guy. But at heart, SpongeBob is fun and energetic. So finding that right balance is a good storyline in here. The movie does a great job of deepening the relationship between Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob. The whole show and the movies, SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs has been his boss and a good friend. But with this movie, it really goes deeper into it all, looking at Mr. Krab in his past and his time with the Flying Dutchman as well, that connection that they have, but also just strengthens that relationship, that friendship between the two, that so you view him sometimes throughout this movie not so much as his boss, but someone that is on this journey with him. And I really like that when you look at the previous movie, the Plankton movie, it strengthened Plankton and SpongeBob in more ways than you would expect. And you think of more of them as friends and look back at the show and all the times that they had together, that they are good friends. And they offer up very vulnerable moments for Mr. Krab, that he thinks that he is this tough guy that's all about money, but when we learn more about him, there is that softer side. I like all the lore given to the Flying Dutchman and his curse, and all the moments above water are entertaining. I don't really like so much when SpongeBob goes above water. I think it's very odd to see with the animation and the human characters. Like I said, with the humor, I think it's a little bit toned down. I feel like there were long stretches of this movie that I was a bit bored, and it didn't have that humor that was landing. Like the jokes weren't as clever. Some of the jokes just didn't land and weren't as funny as other movies or some moments in the show as well. What I remember as SpongeBob growing up is just really kind of out there style of humor that was really funny. And this one had a lot of silly little references, but a lot of the jokes just did not work for me. But there were some jokes that I did laugh at within this movie. And the animation's decent in here. Like I said, I'm still adjusting to that style of animation for SpongeBob since I'm not used to it all. But it is very clean, but a little less detailed in the background, but better than some of the other SpongeBob movies. And Tom Kenny still is great as SpongeBob, capturing the innocence to SpongeBob, but also when he wants to be brave, toning that voice down, it really works. Not the best SpongeBob movie, but certainly not the worst one. I really like the story in here and how they were able to develop SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs and their relationship, and even the Flying Dutchman as well. And I really like Mark Hamill in it. I wish it was a bit funnier and had a faster pace to it, because it is about an hour and a half long. I think it could have moved a little bit quicker at times, and a more of an energetic feel to it. it to have that lively pace to it all. Multiple times I found myself bored and wanting it to just move a little bit quicker, and maybe some more jokes that would have landed could have moved that pace just a little bit. But in the end, I did like it. It's enjoyable, but I found myself just wanting to watch original SpongeBob episodes and even the SpongeBob movie and even the first SpongeBob movie. But if you're a fan of SpongeBob, there's probably a lot to appreciate within this film. I'm gonna go ahead and give the SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants a C+. Thank you guys for watching my review for SpongeBob movie Search for SquarePants. Have you guys seen it by chance? What'd you think about it? Let me know in the comment section down below, and stay tuned for more up and coming content like this. My name is Justin Watches Movies, and you guys stay classy, YouTube.
I grew up watching SpongeBob. I'm a huge fan. I got involved in this movie by constantly shouting out SpongeBob.
Don't make me call security.
I think I manifested this.
Big guy, big guy, big guy.
This song is called Big Guy.
Big guy.
It's just supposed to embody confidence and this new attitude he has facing the world. It was a challenge.
This looks very provocative. I mean, this looks very provocative for little kids. I'm just saying. Just saying.
But it was really fun, new and different. I never did anything like this.
I'm ready.
Don't say temperature hot. My temperature hot. Don't say that. Don't do that. Because the kid's gonna look like, what is that in the middle?
Got pants on kids.
That's my mother speaking. Good fuck. You're trying not to look as an interviewer, but you're doing it for a reason. This is like a test.
Let's go. Zootopia 2 has
Do you suck? It's my mother reincarnated.
everything.
Breathe it in.
Besties. Cute fuzzy bunnies.
I have said this many times in all of the SpongeBob movie reviews that I have done on this channel. I was born in 1999. This little guy shaped my childhood. I mean, I literally find stuff funny because of this character. Those first 5 seasons are comedic genius. I mean, the original movie from 2004 is a classic in my household. I love this little guy, and he's been treated very badly this past 10 years. So let's talk about the brand new theatrical movie. The SpongeBob movie, Search for SquarePants, stars Tom Kennedy and is about SpongeBob journeys to the ocean's depths to face the Flying Dutchman's ghost. Oh boy, walking in this theater made me so flipping nervous. So, I got to see an early showing tonight, which was only shown in 3D, which, bleh, but I was like, hey, it's SpongeBob, it's my boy. But if you've watched my recent reviews with his recent movies, the Sandy Cheeks movie, it literally destroyed me. I mean, that was easily one of the things that, like, killed the product for me. I was like, I don't know if I can ever watch another SpongeBob movie because of how bad it was. Then early this year, we got the Plankton movie on Netflix, and it was fine. It was workable. I was like, okay, that's better than the last one, but it's still not what it is. Walking in this movie, I was like, okay, SpongeBob movie in movie theaters. It's been like 10 years since we've seen a SpongeBob movie in theaters. So I had hope, but I wasn't excited because it just, everything I saw from the trailer, it looked like a Netflix movie put onto the big screen. I was like, oh no. But I am happy to tell you, all of those die-hard SpongeBob fans, this is easily the best SpongeBob movie we have gotten in 10 years. I am shocked. I am purely shocked. Now, the director of this movie is Derek Dryman, which sorry if I said his last name wrong. He was the creative director of the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob. That alone, I was like, okay, now I'm intrigued. Because I was sitting in the movie theater when I was playing the previews. I was like, who directed this movie? And I looked it up, and I was like, okay, so we are in some good hands here. Watch.
My bad. I should have pinned it.
I have said this many times, and
okay, so good hand too. Okay, so go to what's called transcript, and then okay, I'm just typing in Control.
Okay, so we are in some good hands here watching this movie for 90 minutes. This was fun. It was fun. It wasn't top tier, top 3 season SpongeBob comedy tier, but this is definitely a step in the right direction if they want to continue this trend. I had a good time with this movie. So begin with the positives. I laughed. I genuinely laughed in this movie. Now, I will say a lot of it was certain chuckles and everything. A lot of families were in this movie theater, and they definitely were enjoying the movie more than me. There are kid jokes, which, again, it's a family animated cartoon. It's supposed to be for kids. But watching it for a person that grew up from 1999, I mean, there was genuine jokes. I was like, that was funny. There was one joke involving an egg and someone's reaction genuinely made me like that and had to cover my mouth because like I didn't expect to laugh in that moment. I was genuinely happy watching this movie. Like, there are solid little jokes. Now, I will say this is kind of a negative. The movie is the 3D animation style, and I did watch it in 3D. The 3D wasn't bad. I will admit that. But I will say, as like a diehard SpongeBob fan, like I love those original seasons, I'm always going to choose the 2D animation, which makes me it's so strange that the show running today is still 2D style now, and obviously they've gotten better in animation styles, but for all these movies they've done on Netflix, it's always been that 3D animation. So it makes me wonder why they do it, but hey, it is what it is. It's a movie. And that's another thing. Going to this movie, I was like, I'm hoping this is not like a Netflix movie just being put into theaters to be put in theaters. I was wrong about that. This movie and this story genuinely feels like a theatrical release. Like, I was impressed by that because there's actually fun action scenes. There's actually moments that they try to be scary for kids. Like, it reminded me from 2004 original movie of the ice cream scene. There's genuinely a scene that in this movie I was like, that reminds me of good SpongeBob. And I'm proud just to see that. The movie obviously is trying to be trendy. You do have a very annoying big guy song in this movie. They play it, I think, twice at the very end credits and the very beginning. It is awful. My God, that is an awful song. Ugh, no. And like Ice Spice was the one fish in this movie. I was like, good for her. Get rid of this song. My goodness, that song is awful. All of us OGs, we know the best original song.
Manager, this is the greatest day of my life!
But that's not the point. Getting back into the positives, for 90 minutes, this adventure with the Flying Dutchman, it felt theatrical. It felt like a big budget SpongeBob movie, and it was fun and exciting, especially, again, it's towards kids, it's toward family. So just always know that going in. Don't go in there thinking you're going to get like top tier seasons 1, 2, and 3 comedy. But there are little moments in this movie that are genuinely funny. I mean, there is one scene with two monsters that are about to fight each other. The most random 360 on what happens in that scene genuinely made me chuckle. I was like, I didn't expect that. Good job, movie. And it was kind of funny. The movie does a really good job at just always keeping you entertained. It's 90 minutes. It flies by, which is a great positive. Now, I will say this. Brian Doyle does not return as the Flying Dutchman, which is kind of strange because I did look it up. The man is still alive. I didn't see any like health issues. He's not the Flying Dutchman. It's Mark Hamill this time. I don't hate Mark Hamill. I don't. But my brain,
he was in
watching
Inception,
this
wasn't
movie
he?
and seeing the Flying Dutchman, I couldn't connect with it. Like, his laugh was fine. When he was talking, I was like, I hear Mark Hamill. I don't hear the original Flying Dutchman voice, which I'll admit, it bothered me, but like, it wasn't like a heart stabber. It was just more like I wish it was the original guy's voice. But what they do with Mark Hamill, he's fine. There is a portion of this movie that involves Mark Hamill without spoiling it, and you can tell Mark Hamill had a really fun time in this role. I feel like everyone is. I mean, obviously you got Tom Kenny, Clancy Brown, all of them. You got Squidward in this movie, which he's definitely a side character, but he has genuinely funny moments. Mr. Krabs cares about SpongeBob, which was so strange to me, and not him just always going for money, which is kind of strange. Obviously, SpongeBob himself, fun, likable. Patrick, a great sidekick. And for what it was a fun adventure. It's about becoming a big guy, which I say that, I hear that song in my head. I'm just like, stop it. The story is about SpongeBob becoming a big guy to ride a roller coaster, and he goes on a exciting adventure involving the Flying Dutchman. For what it was creative, it was cinematic, it was fun, I laughed, I enjoyed seeing my characters return in good style. Genuinely negatives, I'm not the biggest fan of the 3D animation. It definitely is a movie that tries to be trendy in 2025. Certain jokes are like definitely for this generation, and that is fine because this movie is 2025. This generation's kids are going to grow up with this movie, so I get it why they go for trends in this movie, but as a person that grew up with the original, I watch this movie, I'm like, no, I like more just classical original jokes. This movie has like a trend joke. Like there's one part where they actually play like they play basketball's theme from Sports Center, and I was like, it was funny, but like that's today's like music made, so like that is a trend for this movie. I get it. Was it a bad joke? Wasn't my favorite, but when they do complete side gags and different art styles for certain little jokes, that is SpongeBob. That is literally seasons 1 through 5. Like, give me that. And for the creative director to make this movie,
take away the fat. That's what they did.
Thank you, good sir. Thank you for coming back, because this genuinely felt like old SpongeBob. Not as good. This isn't better than the 2004 movie. Don't even get me close to that. That movie is gold. This movie is a solid silver. I'm going to give Search for SquarePants a B. Also, they play original themes from the SpongeBob show. Literally made my soul so happy. And they actually involved other music in this movie that I didn't expect, that I really liked, like the one song from Ferris Bueller. Hearing that and seeing SpongeBob, I was like, this is good. This is creative. But the big guy song, please, just stop. Just throw it away. Get it out of here. That garbage. That is the worst part of this movie. Thank goodness it's only in like the one section and the end credits. As soon as the credits started, I don't know if there was a mid-credit scene because I couldn't handle that song. I got up and left. I was like, I'm done. 3D glasses off. Goodbye. But anyways, go see this movie. If you're a SpongeBob fan, I'm telling you, go see this movie. This is way better than I thought it was going to be. I'm shocked how much I actually enjoyed this movie. Anyway, guys, you guys enjoyed this early movie review, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye, everybody.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
I'm gonna jump the shark a bit.
Hey everybody, today I am going to be reviewing The Housemaid. This was directed by Paul Feig. I think Paul Feig has created a comfortable little hub for all of these crafty little campy psycho thrillers. This movie is very similar to a movie like A Simple Favor, which he made a few years ago. That movie begins one way, and the more that you pull on those threads, the more twisty and dark it becomes, but always with a twinkle in the eye. I had a pretty good feeling going into this movie what kind of movie it was going to be, and that's exactly what I got. I have to be honest. I had a lot of fun with this movie. I like that it knows what it is. I like that it stays in its lane, and it kind of wears the guilty pleasure label with pride and confidence. And yeah, I enjoy that. The Housemaid is like that Haagen-Dazs ice cream that you're hiding at the back of the fridge. You don't want anyone to know you have it, and you sneak out in the middle of the night to eat it. It's kind of like that pulpy dollar book or like a romance novel, but it has a craft to it. It's almost like this elevated Hallmark aesthetic, but it has that tartness in the edges, kind of like a hard candy. I think this movie is a satire on class. I think it's a commentary on like the sinister aspects of humanity beneath that frail line of civility, but they keep it light and bubbly. And I like that this movie, it's a nice little pocket of silly fun to escape the holiday madness, turn your brain off, smirk, enjoy. Sydney Sweeney plays this all-American girl, Millie, who has this dark past that she is running away from, of course, and she gets this job as a housemaid for this lovely, rich, quaint family. They seem perfect, all the things, but the wife of the family, the head of the family, is a little terrifying. The ultimate spoiled Karen. This is played by Amanda Seyfried, and she is basically making Sydney's life a living hell. I think with a movie like this, half the fun is figuring out the gimmick, trying to crack the code and figure out how they're employing the twists and the manipulation. Because, you know, like I said before, this movie, you think it's going to go one way, but we know it's going to get flipped inside out, probably in Act 3. I think Feig creates an elegant movement in this movie. He's clever so far as he knows where to put the clues, and he knows when they're going to pay off in the second half, and there's a real attention to that detail. I like the way the camera glides omnisciently throughout the house, and I kind of like the updated crate and barrel interior decor. I like how everything feels like a fun house for Millie, because she's supposed to represent us, the audience surrogate, and she's constantly tested, and she's meticulously pulled down into this rabbit hole. For me, the key in
data like a real scientist, Danny. We'd be discovered. Okay, Alma. Circumstance, I don't know.
Movie like this is to have a bold, dramatic performance at the heart of it that you can latch onto for the duration of the film. I felt that Anna Kendrick provided that for A Simple Favor, but in this film, it is Amanda Seyfried. She leans right into the camp with no fear, and it is fun to see her kind of cut loose and unleash the inner crazy. She has the biggest eyes. It's almost like she's a combination between like a live Bratz doll and a Disney princess. But those eyes, when they catch the frenzy and the chaos beneath the frostiness of her character, it's a lot of fun to see what tumultuous avenue she's going to go down. She's funny, she's scary, she's sympathetic, and I just think with maturity as an actress, the more confident she becomes. She just feels uninhibited here. And she is the perfect doppelganger in a way for the Sydney Sweeney character. They are like one piece just split into two, and they're trying to find each other. Sydney Sweeney, on the other hand, I'm a little bit torn on her performance, because on one hand, there is something very simplistic and unadorned, unmanufactured about her that I like, but it's almost to a fault. Her Valley Girl accent that she uses in every role is very funny to me, especially in a movie like this. I think it works wonderfully because it is funny and enjoyable, but I do think there is something kind of special about, you know, Sydney Sweeney insofar as her look. There is something cinematic about her presence. And they keep her very natural in this movie. She's barely wearing any makeup almost throughout the movie, and yet there is, like Amanda Seyfried, but in a different way, there's something terrifying about her. It's like a calm on the surface, but it's like you can feel this tsunami brewing on the inside. And seeing how that is going to build and when it's going to go off, I found that enjoyable. But I think she fails to bring that really unhinged, crazy, psychotic bitch energy to the movie when she needs to, and I think it would have served the climactic tension a lot. I know that Sweeney can play the crazy girl. She's done it before in exciting ways, particularly in Euphoria, as an example. But she didn't quite bring it home for me in this particular movie. As fun as this movie is on the surface, I do wish that there were more threads kind of weaving that membrane together. I wish it were a little bit more clever. They tease the idea of disrupting the natural order, bringing in some interesting subplots with the supporting characters, such as Enzo, the groundskeeper, or the wealthy mother of the Brandon Sklenar character. But they barely do anything with these characters, and I just think it would have provided a more rich interior world for particularly the Sklenar character and the Seyfried character, would have made the conclusion more personal. Because at the heart of the movie, it is a commentary on all kinds of things, like I said, but one of the big ones is it's a commentary on domestic violence, on abuse within the home. And I just think they could have gone a little bit deeper and a little darker. As it stands, it's kind of a flimsy house of cards. It is full of plot holes, full of moments where you just want to slap the characters and think, why are you so stupid? Why are you making this decision? But yet at the same time, I don't always mind that, because within that there is inherent humor, and it's always intact. So again, I can forgive some of the pitfalls. And I think you know what kind of movie this is. You know whether it's going to be for you or not. I genuinely had fun with it. It is a fun escape. It's a fun holiday movie. I do recommend it. I'm glad I saw it. And that is my review. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to plug my website as always. It is deepfocuslens.com. I'm an artist. I do commission portraits, and I also sell prints of my work. If that is something that you're interested in, you can always go to the website below. And if you have a question about a commission or a print, you can always email me. My email is in the description box below as well. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to my patrons, who are great. Guys, thank you so much for your support. Welcome to all the new members. If you are interested in supporting, the link for that is below, as well as the rest of my social media information. You can watch more videos here, and you can subscribe if you'd like. Catch you next time.
I thought she was about to say get stuck when I asked, but whatever.
Take a beautiful cast, throw in some intrigue, camp, and unhinged craziness, and you got The Housemaid, the new film starring Sydney Sweeney, Amanda Seyfried, and Brandon Sklenar. Should this be at the top of the list for your next girls' night out? Millie's new job with the wealthy Winchesters pulls her into a sexy, seductive game of secrets and power. This is based on Frida McFadden's bestseller, and since I haven't read it, and I'm not reviewing the book, any similarities or differences to the novel, they're just not going to be covered here. So the basic premise is that Millie, played by Sweeney, takes a job as a live-in housemaid for Nina and Andrew, who are played by Seyfried and Sklenar, respectively. Now, once in the house, cracks in their seemingly perfect sanity of Nina just start to show, and things get uncomfortable and then a bit effed up for Millie. Now, this is kind of two movies, which is why it's also kind of long. The first half is all about watching Millie and Nina interact, along with the daily ups and downs that come with the growing pains of learning some new routines and personalities. Now, the second half of the movie is where the payoff comes, but not without its fair share of exposition, which I will get to in just a little bit. Now, the acting I thought was good. Each of them leans into the roles, making them sometimes sympathetic, sometimes sketchy or at least mysterious, and sometimes romantically understanding. Now, I bought the chemistry that is shared between all of our characters. There is this great deal of soft charm that they all portray, especially from Sklenar. He's got this disarming smile and a smooth and calm voice. Hey there. It just works to make everybody feel comfortable and relaxed. Amanda Seyfried is excellent. She's showcasing some whiplash-inducing emotional range, creating this exciting character in Nina. And I love some of the unpredictable actions that we get presented to us. The character is the one in here that just kept me on my toes as far as emotion and reliability goes. Now, Sweeney is good. She's heavily relying on her allure, though, to present a sultry yet not overtly forward protagonist. Much of her character development doesn't come until a lot later in the story, so she remains somewhat of an enigma for at least a little bit of the storytelling. And as Millie, she gives off this personality who desires to help, just genuine and earnest, but also one who is willing to do the complete opposite at the drop of a hat. Brandon Sklenar is channeling a similar persona to the one that he gave off in Drop, full of just this calm grace and magnetism with just a hint of a bad boy. And the way he balances the persona between the two actresses, and while it's entertaining to watch him juggle, also it comes across as kind of flatly one-dimensional, at least for a lot of the story. I think that's what's needed given the other elements that are in play during the majority of the first half of the movie. Now, there's also supposed to be a lot of suspense that's built up through assumed mystery within the plot. And while there is some tension, this story is way too obvious in its presentation to maintain any sort of believable secrets. From awkward foreshadowing that comes super early in the film to then character actions that just telegraph future plot points. I got bored watching everything play out because I was just waiting until the story would get to whatever type of payoff that it was aiming for. And I'm not talking about the obvious romantic angles that are just blatantly given away in the trailer, but actual plot twists. I mean, if you can call them that. Those are supposed to be surprises, but they landed completely flat for me. And I'm sure I would have been more engaged had the story not been so obvious with its trajectory. It just wasn't the case. Once we get to the last half of the story, the entire pacing for the film kicks up and changes tone to one that's just full of chaos. I had much more fun through the second part of the narrative. Despite being able to predict the character arcs leading up to the reveal, the latter portion, it did begin to deliver on some of the pent-up insanity the story had promised. Now, the scenes are a bit over the top in a wonderful way, just allowing the characters to break free of certain restraints that the first half held on them, which then brings about some squirm-inducing instances. And even though a lot of what takes place in these scenes is still predictable, it's excessive enough to be darkly comedic and enjoyable. During a lot of these segments, though, we're also being treated to exposition the movie. There is so much voiceover dialogue that feels a lot like a villain monologue, where all the gaps in information that hadn't been provided through some actions are now being given to us. Sometimes reinforced by flashbacks, but other times just watching some current actions play out while the narration drones on. And this is then when I became seriously conflicted with the presentation. Now, I know this is going to be a high priority for Girls' Night Out. The showing I attended, it was packed with women. Some with significant others, but most were there in groups for what I can only assume was the spicy romance and sex scenes. But it's also surprising that so many women would choose to watch a story that is so antagonistic towards a feminist point of view. I mean, yeah, there is some overt women empowerment arcs in here, but at the core of the story, the driver for everything, it's a plot that pits women against each other, creating a climate of manipulation and gaslighting, which is then reinforced even further by the final scene of the movie. Now, I don't know if this is how it's portrayed within the novel, but for the movie, women are not shown to be allies to each other here. Instead, they're being catty adversaries who are looking to consume each other out of petty jealousies or sometimes dire circumstances. And in addition to that head-scratching presentation, there is a character who I guess has a much larger presence and inclusion in the novel because he gets his own character poster for the movie. That's the character of Enzo, played by Michel Moron. And this is the most underutilized story edition I have seen in quite a while. The character barely speaks. He is shown to be sketchy, and although he is given weight through some of the narration at the end, he's useless within the story, save for one singular scene that becomes the MacGuffin for additional actions to take place. I mean, I can't even tell you if he's given a good performance because he's literally not provided with anything useful to do or say other than stare creepily at Sydney Sweeney a few of the times. So while the acting is good and the latter portion of the film does lean into some of the unhinged mania that it promises, the entire plot is predictable and unsurprising, with the storytelling actively working against a feminist viewpoint. Amanda Seyfried is a standout, running through the gamut of emotions in short succession while also maintaining a certain level of endearment. For as much fun as the climax creates, it also doesn't fully realize its potential, stopping short of something memorable in favor of run-of-the-mill standard conclusions. Parts of this are great, some are okay, but the sum of these parts never surpasses the individual elements. There's a lot of sex, some nudity, ton of profanity, and then some brutal violence. I give The Housemaid 2.5 out of 5 couches. I'm really curious if you've read the novel, how you respond to the film. I mean, does it live up to the book? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this review, please give it a like. Also, don't forget to share and subscribe. I'm Chris. This is Movies and Munchies. Thanks for couching with me.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 40.
So let's start with The Housemaid. So it's like the 90s never happened. So this is an adaptation of a novel by Frida McFadden, which I haven't read, adapted by Rebecca Sonnenschein, and directed by Paul Feig. Is it Feig? Paul Feig. Whose CV includes The Brilliant Bridesmaids, The Divisive Ghostbusters, The Last Christmas, also divisive, but largely on the not great side, and then Another Simple Favor, which for my money was one of the worst films released in 2025. This is a step up from that, although frankly, slicing off the end of your thumb with a cheese grater is better than that. So the tagline, can you keep a secret? This is a movie that I think imagines itself to be a throwback to the great days of, psychological film noir. In fact, it is almost indistinguishable from that spate of sort of sub-erotic thriller, property horror, yuppie-type yarns that filled the shelves of Blockbuster Video in the 1990s. So Sydney Sweeney, she of the controversial jeans advert and all the rest of it, is Millie, housemaid, sleeping in her car, desperately in need of work, which she finds at the swanky home of Amanda Seyfried's Nina Winchester, who is this controlling, rich housewife, mother to an annoyingly bratish daughter, and wife of the unbelievably hunky Andrew, Brandon Sklenar, whose smile and smarmy demeanour tells us right from the very beginning that he is not what he seems. Of course, no one in the film is what they seem. Millie hasn't mentioned that she's on parole. Nina doesn't fess up immediately to the fact that she spent some time in psych wards. And Andrew fails to mention that this isn't his first time at the Rodeo Fellas. Now, I say first time at the Rodeo Fellas because that, of course, is a line from Mommy Dearest. And that is a deliberate connection because everything in this film is overcooked. I mean, it's essentially an overcooked comedy posing as a psychological thriller in which everything goes up to 11. This is a clip of Millie's arrival at the house and her introduction to Andrew, who would have been here earlier, but he's been detained at his handsome lessons. Here's a clip.
Hi, you must be Cece. I'm Millie.
Hello.
Oh, hey. Hi, you met Millie. Hi, baby.
Millie's gonna be living with us, and she's gonna be helping with the cooking and the cleaning, and you know what? She might even play Candyland with you if you ask her with a pretty please.
She's gonna live with us.
Yes, Andrew, I told you that. I said she was gonna be living in the guest room in the attic. Doesn't this place look incredible? Look at it.
Well, Millie, welcome.
Thank you.
Are you hungry? I'm sure we can turn this dinner for 3 into a dinner for 4.
No, I'm probably just gonna go upstairs and get all settled in.
You sure?
If you don't mind, I'll just come down afterwards and tidy up.
Yeah, get settled. Take your time. We're so happy that you're here.
Yeah. And there are no points for guessing that nobody is really happy that they're there or to be there, because Millie can't stand Nina and she doesn't get on with the kid, and she's sort of right from the beginning kind of got the hots for Andrew. He does a lot of walking around in a vest, in a vest that shows off his huge arms and pecs.
I do that. I do that.
Yeah, but you don't probably do it in the kind of way that he does it. It's probably that's more in a John Major way, isn't it?
Maybe if Sydney Sweeney was walking around, I would. No, I wouldn't do it then either.
No, you wouldn't. Absolutely not. So anyway, and he smiles a lot, which is something he was taught to do by his Ice Queen mother, who is played by Elizabeth Perkins, who seems to be the one person in the whole thing who has really got the measure of it and has realised that, okay, fine, I know where we are. We're in Mommy Dearest territory. So again, there's no surprise for thinking, Nina is going to get increasingly crazy, and Millie and Andrew will get increasingly crazy. And anyone, if you remember any of those films like Hand That Rocks the Cradle, Sleeping with the Enemy, Single White Female, any number of those kind of slightly sexy, scary, yuppie property things, it's kind of one of those. What is surprising is just how much cheese Paul Feig decides to pour all over this smorgasbord of borrowed riffs and B-movie tropes. I mean, some of the sexy time scenes are, literally. You're going. I can't now. Is this ironic or is it deliberately naff? Because I actually can't tell. And because as with Mommy Dearest, the best kind of camp is the camp that sort of happens by mistake. But it's not like Paul Feig doesn't know what camp is. And there are some cues, there are some musical cues, which are just, okay, again, are we laughing at it or are we laughing with it? And the intimacy, intimacy scenes. They're like there was a guy who used to direct erotic thrillers in the 90s called Jag Mundra, and this literally makes Jag Mundra look like Stanley Kubrick's edgier brother. And at first you find yourself laughing at the movie, and then later you're laughing with it, but you're still wondering as you're laughing because the last section of it goes, crazy, go nuts. You think, okay, fine, maybe have they been in on the joke all the time? The whole thing is trash. I mean, whether knowingly or accidentally, I'm genuinely not sure. It's 2.25 hours long, and it needed to be shorter than that. But I saw it in the same screening as Simon Brew. Simon Brew from Film Stories was there. And we both came out at the end, and Simon said the same thing, which was, the wheels really come off in the last half an hour. And that's the thing that you remember. In a way, I think because the last half hour is more than 3/4 of an hour is what it is like. It's like, okay, well, that was clearly, they knew that all along, that was the tone of the film. But I did keep thinking, this is Mommy Dearest remade as a straight-to-video 90s erotic
you think
thriller.
He's gonna kiss his grandma?
And
come on.
It's
could.
trash. It's cheesy trash, but entertaining. And like I said, you find yourself going, am I laughing with or at it? It doesn't matter because I'm kind of enjoying the nonsense of it.
Yeah, because cheesy trash can be good. There's a type of cheesy trash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, is that a 15? Would you say? Probably?
I can tell you exactly what it is. It is because I was going to get the BBC advice at 15 for strong violence, injury detail, sex, sexual violence, and very strong language.
Okay. 15 all round then, I would say.
Kisses. I did it indeed. Anybody else does?
Which made $134 million domestically. Mind you, on a positive note, Fire and Ash has pulled in a further $257 million internationally for a grand total of $345 million opening weekend. But that's still down significantly from The Way of Water, which made over $300 million internationally on its opening weekend. And when you add its domestic take, the film grossed approximately $434 million worldwide on its first weekend. So, as you can see here, Fire and Ash made $345 million worldwide on its opening weekend, and The Way of Water from 2022 made $434 million. So, The Way of Water made a good deal more than Fire and Ash on its opening weekend. A reminder that The Way of Water went on to make $2.3 billion during its initial theatrical run. Now, the first Avatar movie, which made a total of $2.9 billion at the box office, only made $77 million domestically on its opening weekend. But as Ryan Kinnell pointed out in his video about this, it did have incredible weekend-to-weekend hold. It didn't drop off dramatically week after week, as you can see from these figures. And The Way of Water had very good weekend-to-weekend hold as well, just not as good as its predecessor. We can only anticipate that this new movie, Fire and Ash, will have a hold similar to The Way of Water, which means don't be surprised if this third Avatar movie is the lowest grossing film in the franchise. Also, I think we should probably adjust that $77 million for 2009's Avatar for inflation. If we look at US inflation calculator, $77 million in 2009 money is $116 million today. Now, I do still anticipate that Fire and Ash is going to have a decent weekend-to-weekend hold, much higher than other big movies released this year. But if Fire and Ash ends up making less than its predecessors, I think there's a few possible explanations for that. Firstly, audiences may simply feel that they've been there and done that when it comes to these Avatar movies. The themes of these stories are kind of played out in my view. You know, humans are bad, humans are colonizers, humanity is destructive to nature. You've got the smug native Smurf people of Pandora with their, kind of superiority complex about how they live in harmony with their environment, blah, blah. It's a bit Dances with Wolves, it's a bit Pocahontas, I get it, and it's kind of getting old in my view. And the wow factor may not be there anymore when it comes to the CGI. The visual effects were groundbreaking for the first Avatar movie, and still great in Avatar 2. But it's nothing we haven't seen before in other CG-heavy movies at this stage. Over the past decade and a half, there's been plenty of movies with incredible CGI environments. Finally, franchise fatigue is a thing now, and I think Avatar may experience some of that declining audience retention as a result. 2025 has been a challenge for big movies at the box office. A lot of franchise films struggled. I think Fire and Ash will probably perform better than all of them, actually. I think it's going to be among the highest grossing films of the year, but I suspect it'll come in a bit less than The Way of Water. It might still generate a decent profit, and I suspect it will. But as to whether that profit will be sufficient to justify another movie in the franchise, to greenlight a fourth film, I think that's going to be harder to say at this point. Let me know your thoughts on this one in the comments below. Did you go and see Avatar, Fire and Ash? And if you did, let me know what you thought of the film in the comments below. Take care, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
So, I'll get to it. There it is. Here are the numbers from this weekend. You got Avatar, Fire and Ash coming in at number 1, as we thought, at 88 million worldwide. So far, international picked up around 257. This is around the projected numbers of what they...
No, we're not going to watch this.
That was a first for me.
So I walk in the auditorium, there's probably like 4 or 5 like, girls with a high ankle sprain scattered out. We needed a sub that was down for the cause. So I sit down, and into the game, and then just women.
come through the auditorium, and there was over 70 people in this theater. I was the only guy. The Housemaid stars Sydney Sweeney and is about a struggling woman is happy to start over as a housemaid for an elite couple. From director Paul Feig, the man that brought you Spy, The Heat, and Bridesmaids, we're talking his brand new movie, The Housemaid. Now, I saw the trailer for this movie a couple times, and it looked pretty good. It looked nothing spectacular or anything. I know there's a lot of bad conversation happening right now with Sydney Sweeney with box office bombs and jeans, but no matter any of that, I went in this movie pretty open-minded. My good lady friend actually read the book that this movie's based off of. She said it wasn't the best book, but she couldn't put it down. So I was like, alright, I'll go see it. I'll let you know how it is. I'm here to tell you, these women in my auditorium had a fantastic time. They were on a roller coaster the entire time. For me personally, I had enough fun. This is not a top-notch thriller. This is a thriller you enjoy your watch for what it is. And if you can have fun with it, you're going to really enjoy it. This is no 5-star meal. This is an easy burger to eat because that's how I see it. It's junk food. And I enjoyed it for what it was. Okay, so it's not like the best movie ever, but let's get straight into the positives. I really enjoyed this cast. Amanda Seyfried, she is like the scene stealer. I don't want to spoil anything really about this movie, but she plays the wife to Brandon Skolner, and she's very good. In the first half of this movie, you want to just strangle her, and by the second half, there are so many different emotions about her, and she was fantastic. I thought she was so good in this movie. I also think Brandon Skolner, who plays the husband to her in this movie, very likable in this movie. He was in a movie early this year called Drop, which I really enjoyed him in that. He's really good in this movie too. He definitely has a few scenes when you see it, he's having a blast. You can totally tell. And then we have Sydney Sweeney. Listen, like I said, people just want to talk major crap about her because of jeans. I really think she's a great actress. This year has proven it to me. So this movie, not her best performance, but she's playing that type of character that like the audience can really pull for, and I thought she was solid. I thought she did a really good job for what she's working with. Some of the dialogue through everybody wasn't the best. There's scenes in this movie that the dialogue felt like audience dialogue, where basically someone said something that made everyone like, oh, like that, or like, ooh, like that. Some of the dialogue just feels like it's only there because it's a movie, and sometimes that's a little bit annoying. It can be very like corny, which the movie is. It's very schlocky at times, but the women in my theater were enjoying it. Every time there was any moments of dialogue that felt like the audience could really react to it, they reacted it to like 10 out of 10. And it made me happy to see all these people really enjoying this erotic thriller. I mean, Paul Feig is known for comedy. This isn't a comedy. There's a few funny lines for sure, but this is a thriller, and it's very much an erotic thriller. And when it comes to the sex scenes, a lot of women in my theater made noises in the best ways possible. I even heard a few claps when you get a good butt shot of a dude. I was like, there you go. But if any guys are taking their girlfriends out to see this movie this weekend, I can let you know, Sydney Sweeney is gorgeous. That's all I can say, without being like, sound like a pervert or anything. She's very pretty. That's all I can say. But now getting more into my mixed, again, I can't really spoil the movie, but like, it is a movie that is a thriller. There is moments that are very corny. So like, a great example, there is a sex scene in this movie. It is the most corny soap opera kind of, like, I mean, there's definitely nudity in this scene that makes it more steamy for an R-rated movie, but like, there's lightning going through the windows, there's like a really like sexy erotic pop song playing. It can feel kind of like softcore porn, just a little bit, but I mean, again, you have very pretty people doing this scene, so have at it. I mean, but that's what I'm saying though. There are scenes in this movie that just feel really corny. When it gets to more of the twists and turns, those are the moments that people can really buy into, or honestly, it might turn you off. For me, I thought it was fun. Like, I thought the direction was solid enough. The performances carried this movie. I was having enough fun watching this movie. But that's definitely more into my mixed. Now into my negatives, the pacing of this movie. This movie's 2 hours and 11 minutes. It felt so long. There is a scene with a flashback, and it's at least 15 minutes long. As soon as that scene ends, we go back to present day. Not even a minute later, we have another flashback that's at least 8 minutes long, and it dragged this movie down. And it's towards the end of the movie where we're starting to get reveals and such, and it felt like a slog. Through the first 40 minutes, it's doing a great job setting up a groundwork and giving you all the character niches, like who they are, where they're from, a little bit of secrets and everything. There's fun little dialogue between Amanda Seyfried and Sydney Sweeney. But when it comes to more of the bloody moments, the twists, the turns, it to me felt like it could really not be this capable of moving at a slow pace. I just feel like it could have been more of twist, say it, show maybe a 5-minute flashback, and then move on. The pacing dragged in this movie. And then, speaking of our twists and turns, I haven't read the book. I have not texted my friend yet to ask her what is the reveal, the book ending. For me personally, it was such a given. I was watching this movie, I was like, that's gonna be in the third act. This person is gonna be this the entire time. And the movie does a good job at showing you something, but there's stuff happening in the background, and if you just listen to the dialogue, it's really easy to figure out. Me personally, at least. Maybe it's because I've seen so many mystery thrillers in my life that I start to pick up on little tiny things. So maybe I should be an investigator. I don't know. But for the most part, it was very much a movie. I was like, yeah, I see where this is exactly going. But as long as the movie has a fun enough ride, then sure, have at it. And I will say Paul Feig had a fun time. For making a straight up thriller, this was pretty good. Yes, there is some very corny dialogue. Yes, it's a very much erotic thriller that is very sappy at times. Dialogue and the ending that definitely feels like, hey, audience, let's clap, whatever. And it is what it is. It's a fun enough time. I liked all the performances. I enjoyed my time with the movie. Pacing, not very good. Yes, the mystery itself, to me, is very... you see it right from the beginning of the movie, obviously. But I will say, if you bring your friends, if you're a female, this is a girl's movie, for sure. If you've read the book, go see this movie. Have a fun time this holiday season. It seems like a lot of women really enjoy this movie tonight. And all my guys out there who's going to bring in their girlfriends, I'm glad you got girlfriends, because, man, you got Sydney Sweeney to look at, and that's a great person to look at. I'm going to give The Housemaid a B-. I did sit on a C+ driving home, but the more I thought about it,
he can drive?
I really don't see myself watch this movie again anytime soon. So for my one watch, it was fun, our main 3 performances, they carried this movie, and I enjoyed it. Also, real quick, there's a narration in this movie, not needed, not at all. It's Sydney Sweeney writing her journal. I will say that was her worst performance, was her narration during these journal reads. That I will be like, yeah, that didn't sound right. Maybe the dialogue wasn't good, but I don't think she was the best in those scenes. But hey, that's just me. So anyway, guys, if you guys enjoy this movie review, I hope you guys have a great Christmas, and I will see you on the next one. Bye, everybody.
Any movie where a bunch of unreasonably attractive humans behave like lunatics, I'm down for it. And that is exactly the kind of film The Housemaid is. I was actually a lot more optimistic about it once I realized that Paul Feig directed it. He also, of course, directed Bridesmaids, one of the funniest movies of all time. But I think more importantly for this particular project, he directed A Simple Favor, which was a twisty, sleight of hand thriller that was really a ton of fun. So between that and a very game cast, because Amanda Seyfried is always wonderful, and Sydney Sweeney is playing the young woman who she is hiring, Seyfried is hiring to be her new housemaid. So that's intriguing right there, that they look a lot alike. And something doppelgangery is afoot, I'm sure of it. And the thing about it is, this is a plot on the surface that has been done 500 million times. Usually not very well, but pulpy. And I thought that, that could be a lot of fun. But with Feig at the helm, I felt confident that it wasn't just going to be like a misogynistic catfight the whole time. So I was intrigued. And again, everybody in this cast is just weirdly good looking. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on as well. But Feig, the direction is pulpy. But the performances kind of aren't. They seem to be taking things seriously enough that every scene feels like a sleight of hand. The movie takes too long to get where it's going. I think Feig is playing a long game to lull you into guesswork, thinking you know where it's going when you don't. But when it finally becomes a proper thriller, it makes you realize how long it took to get there, which is too bad. And then once the mystery is resolved, they just give up the idea of being airtight.
Huggies fast-absorbing core versus 3 Ps. Will it leak? 1 P?
And again, that actually made me
2
wish it
Ps?
had been a little
3
funnier
Ps?
throughout, a little more
Ta-da!
throughout, like a simple
Huggies Snug and Dry. Up to 100% leak-proof.
But I did think that the cast was really, really good all the way through. And that even though you'll guess, I guessed, you're not going to always be right. I wasn't always right, and I appreciated that as well. And I didn't love, but I did enjoy The Housemaid, which is in theaters now.
This is best enjoyed at the kind of movie theater that serves white wine. I would argue.
The Housemaid is directed by Paul Feig and stars Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried and is based off a very popular book. Trying to escape her past, Millie accepts a job as a live-in housemaid for the wealthy Nina and Andrew Winchester. But what begins as a dream job quickly unravels into something far more dangerous. Alright, I'm going to throw a few titles your way. Pacific Heights, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, Deceived, Single White Female, Malice. These were just a few thrillers that came out in the 90s, back at a time when Hollywood was actually giving quite a bit of money to this type of movie, largely because of the success of films like Fatal Attraction or Basic Instinct. A lot of them had erotic themes and a lot of scenes that were, scenes, you know what I'm saying? Can't say certain things on YouTube anymore because you get demonetized pretty quick. Somewhere along the line, these types of films became less popular, and that's because there was a lot of them that weren't very good. A very long string of them, and people stopped going to them, and all of a sudden, they're all on Lifetime, and they're all TV movies that are shot for like nothing and made in like 12 days, and nobody has any time to do anything, and nobody ever watches them except for people who watch Lifetime and other channels like that in the middle of the day, and the entire subgenre just kind of disappeared. Whew. But it's one of my favorites. I really love a purposefully trashy, good movie that's also a really fun thriller that has good performances and clearly great production value, and The Housemaid feels like a return to that. I saw the trailer for this movie and actually was like, I'm not even going to see it. I thought the trailer was very, very poor, and the movie is not. I really enjoyed this. This was like a throwback to everything that I miss about thrillers of the 90s. This feels like it's doing all the right things that those movies did and very little of the wrong ones, and I'm so glad it didn't get dumped on some streaming platform, that it's actually in theaters. This is the type of movie I would love to see more of in a theater, because it not only presents an every woman who's just kind of trying to make her way in the world after a rough go of it, but it has a lot of twists and turns that I didn't see coming, and it's a very sleek and stylish looking movie. I think it's one of Paul Feig's best looking movies, and in fact, honestly, he's made a lot of movies I've enjoyed over the years. I think this might be the one that was just made kind of for me. This feels very much so like this movie was made for me as I sat there watching it tonight. I was like, yes, More of this, please. And I saw it at like 11 p.m. And I think a lot of people came into my theater who maybe couldn't get into Avatar because it was sold out. But it was just perfect. Like, it really felt like the type of movie I want to see more of at the theaters. I felt a lot of empathy for Sydney Sweeney's character. I definitely cared about her. I wanted to see her succeed. I really thought Amanda Seyfried in particular was really great here. She has an exceptionally complex role. There were so many choices she made in her performance that really makes me want to see the film again. But Brendan Skellner, if I said that wrong, I'm so sorry. I saw this dude in Drop, and I thought he was like super charming and insanely handsome and very good in that movie, and he has all of those things once again here. The whole time I was watching this dude, I was like, damn, man, you're like making me feel really inferior. He's very good and also has a very complex role. The performances are great and the film looks good, and I really enjoyed the lurid fascination with some of the darker aspects of this story. I miss seeing films like this, and I miss seeing films like this made well. So please, if you already saw Avatar, if you took your kids to see SpongeBob, or maybe you just saw it by yourself, I've been there, I understand. Go see The Housemaid in the theater, because not only is it a really fun thriller, I want to see Hollywood make more films like this. So guys, thank you so much as always for watching. Look forward to more videos very soon. If you like this, you can click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Should be. Because you're the one who started this.
A guilty pleasure. I think that the term guilty pleasure has been on the decline when we just want to enjoy things. And I do not share what kind of books I read because I do feel a little bit guilty, but it's fun. This is Frida McFadden, who is known for her twists in books, but also her domestic thrillers. And today, it's my turn. Because The Housemaid has been made into a film starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, and I'm about to go see it. When I read this book, I thought it was very trashy, but fun trash. And I am so interested to see how it's going to be adapted, because I've already seen snapshots of initial reactions from my fellow peers, like slasher reviews, people who I follow online who have seen this movie already, and they said they were really surprised, and it's kind of good. I don't know how you can take this book, which is satisfying in a very sad way, and turn it into a good movie. I actually don't know how they're going to do this, because this book is very cringe, and that's what I like about it. If you don't know anything about this story, The Housemaid is about a woman who is struggling to start over after a shady past, and here she enters a contract as a housemaid for a very well-off couple, but as the door closes behind her, she really has no idea what she's in for. This film goes for 2 hours, and although now I'm seeing currently, it's got a 5.7 on IMDb. So maybe the reactions, sorry for calling you out, slash reviews, I'm gonna keep that in, because Dylan's my buddy. But although the reactions I've seen have been pretty positive, maybe everyone has a low bar for this film. I have to say, I think I do too. But I'm gonna find out, as someone who has read her books and knows her style, if it measures up to what I expected, and I wanna see if it is the same and goes on the same points. The funny thing about what Frida McFadden does is she does everything to mislead you and misdirect you, and the whole time you're reading any of her books, especially these two, are just over the top misguiding you. And it can be frustrating to try and figure out what's actually happening in the story. And they do that by using a lot of wordplay. So visually, I don't know if it's going to work the same, having visual cues.
No, he was fucking with it because in the last movie, he was making fun of her being a freak or some shit.
instead of trying to mislead the reader by explaining things a certain way. Are you following? M. Night Shyamalan, watch out! Please come with me today for the local premiere of The Housemaid. I am actually so excited for this. I'm obviously covering this one as well because it's a psychological thriller, okay? So let's see if it's spooky, let's see if it's thrilling, let's see if they can pull it off.
I'm not watching SpongeBob. Fuck that shit. What are we laughing at? Because
saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. Get auto insurance at
Hey friends! Oh my god! They pulled it off! What the heck? I really didn't think that it would work
or some
visually,
shit.
and it seemed to work really well on the crowd. That was a really interesting experience for me because you guys know me, I'm forefront cinema, all about watching the film first and reading the book afterwards, which I know is not always the way, but I read this way before it was going to be turned into a film, and it was really interesting knowing what was happening, especially because I said they are twisty kind of mystery thrillers. That's what Frida McFadden writes, and it was so interesting watching the beats happen, and everyone in the crowd they were whispering, they had theories, I could hear them. Normally I don't like talking, but it was really interesting and fun to see how everyone got into it, and they were so confused about several things that happened, and the beats worked. It worked really well. I was very surprised. The film definitely starts off being quite cheesy as we follow this new mystery girl going in to start this job. I really liked how it started off straight away as well. It starts with her applying at the house to be a housemaid and gets straight into the story, setting everything up and all of the supporting characters. I have to say this film is cast really well. Sydney Sweeney, I mean, I have my issues, trust me, but this worked really well because it had...
What do you mean? Because she's more beautiful than you?
Just have kind of a beige person play the lead role, and I think it just clicked with her. She's not very edgy, so it really worked. And Amanda Seyfried, she is so good in this role and made for it, and she has just the right amount of pizzazz to really encompass everything that makes the book kind of trashy and silly and just goofy, but then serious, and be able to click back into that. So obviously the dynamic between them is really good. I really enjoyed all of the casting choices. I thought it was done really well. The film is such a fun, winding mystery, and even though I knew what was happening, it really did have me on my edge of my seat because the performances and the chemistry and like anti-chemistry is so well put together and timed out. It is a really fast-paced film, even going for over 2 hours. It really keeps you in the grasp, and it doesn't have any lulls at all. Everyone was feeling some type of way in the audience the entire time. Even when I went and saw Silent Night, Deadly Night, and everyone was gasping at the gore, I haven't seen a film that's got people so riled up and so confused and so wrong, waiting with anticipation. So that was really interesting to see how it worked. I will say there are some differences in the book to the movie. Obviously I don't want to go into spoilers, but there is certain characters that are mostly removed, and a lot of their core aspects that are meant to pull the story along are changed, and for that the ending is a little bit different. It still ends on the same sentiment, but it's changed how they reframe the actual ending, how visually we see it play out. But I don't think that's actually important at all to the story, especially because this film is based on a book, but the books are a series and they are a continuation. So it makes sense. I don't know if they're going to do a second one, but they kind of left it where they had the choice to go wherever way they wanted to go with it. And of course, being from a book to a movie, they don't have as much time to work with and as much time to set up different stories and give us like different details and lore. And instead, they did a good job of packing that all into the runtime. Instead, they removed one of the characters almost entirely, so it didn't take time away from any of the core characters. I would say looking at it as a film by itself, it's really hard for me not to compare, but seeing it as a film by itself, it is such a fun roller coaster, and it really overcompensates with the soapy kind of style, which the book is. It is as trashy as the book, it really is, but it works with it, and it doesn't try and work against it, and it doesn't try and change the tone. I will say it does get quite sinister and quite serious, which is something a lot of people have brought up with these types of domestic thrillers and how problematic they can be. And I definitely felt that, especially with some tonal shifts, but it is quite intense what they do, and they go all the way. So I was really happy to, as someone who likes like dark cinema or, you know, dark thrillers, I really was glad that they didn't shy away from that, because the setup and the way that they got into the soapy kind of trashiness of it, I was a little bit worried that they were gonna really softly get out of that and change some of those scenes. So they definitely stayed very true to the book. It's extremely true to the book, but they were able to keep people on their toes and just weave in little breadcrumbs, and I don't think a lot of people noticed what they were watching as it was happening, which is really cool. That's exactly what you want in a film, you know? I was picking up on certain aspects, but it's like when you watch a film for the second time and you understand it more. I had that kind of experience, but I really enjoyed it for what it was. At the end of the day, it is based on very basic material, and it is very Freida McFadden. So I think that they did the best they could with the material, and they went all the way instead of undercutting it. It is very interesting in a cinema. I wondered if it was going to be worth that theatrical release, because it is such like a daytime kind of thriller, but they made it work on the big screen, and it was just so punchy, but the second act is so intense. It was a really fun group watch. I'm surprised with how much gore they ended up showing, and I guess that's the interesting thing about how they tonally deal with it, because I had an older couple sitting next to me, and the woman was traumatized, I swear to God. She was holding up her jacket or something in front of her face. I love these kinds of things where people have no idea what they're getting themselves into. Who would I say that this film is for, though? I would say it's definitely for anyone who has read the book. You will be happy with this, I promise you. You won't be let down. I think it's just as good as the book, if not better, but at the same time, I like the book. It's satisfying, but do I think it's a good book? No. This is not a masterpiece. That's not what we're after. It's a satisfying thriller mystery, and that's it. You got to look at it as straight up fiction. It's over the top. A lot of people talk about the book being not plausible, and that's very much the movie. It's just a ride you're meant to go on. And we have had this transformed into a film that is really well done for the source material. So definitely, if you're a fan of any of her books, check it out. If you want to go watch something that's kind of trashy but really sinister at the same time, definitely check it out. I think a lot of you guys will like it, but just keep in mind it's very a simple favor, very single white female, all those kinds of things I love, to be honest. It's like the Stalker film, but without so much of that aspect. Definitely a lot of plot holes, definitely over the top, and you're meant to laugh. You're meant to laugh at some things. You're meant to laugh at how cheesy it is, how trashy a lot of the lead up is. I'm saying the lead up. So please enjoy, and when it feels like it's getting a little too trashy, I can't think of what else to say. There are some sex scenes in it. Just go with it, trust me. It is a fun time out at the cinema, and if not, I definitely recommend checking it out on streaming when it comes out. It's always fun to see a mystery that works on the big screen. One you can't really pick where it's going. So I think I saw the evidence of that working over the entire audience, and they clapped at the end. I did not think that people were going to clap at that. I thought it was going to be pretty mid, pretty over the top, and not really play into all of the beats, and it did it in a very superb way. It did the best it could with the material. Okay, I'm going to stop saying that. I'm probably still going to give it, I was going for a 6, but I think I'll give it a 7. I really enjoyed watching that on the big screen. I'd probably give the book like a 6 or a 5, to be honest. And it was just a really satisfying, twisted, dark mystery thriller. And that I really enjoy them. And definitely those are my guilty pleasure when I watch movies. Like I said, Single White Female is one of my favorite films I rewatch. Basic Instinct is not trashy, but very similar in terms of like a mystery that you have no idea, like the dynamics of it the whole time. So I am very like a moth to the flame with these kinds of things. So if you are a moth to a flame with those kinds of thrillers, this will be your kind of jam. Definitely not a masterpiece though, okay? Please, this is my personal score on enjoyment. Originality is really hard. I'd probably give it a 4. And for scare, I don't think it's scary at all. It is pretty intense when the penny drops, when things happen. So I'd probably say that is quite a frightening situation, but I don't think it's really, this isn't there to scare you.
So
it's not a psychological thriller. Not for me. So I'd probably give it a 2. Anyway, I enjoyed that night out a lot more than I thought I would. I was a little apprehensive. I was a little worried. I had low expectations. I don't know. That was kind of cool. A little bit bummed that they didn't include one of the characters that I liked, but it made sense the way it showed up, and I get it. I wouldn't change anything about that. It made sense for the film. Okay, thank you guys so much for indulging me in watching The Housemaid. That was so fun, and I hope you're having a fantastic day. If you have seen the film, let me know your thoughts down below, and let me know if you're thinking about checking this one out. Let me know your favorite thriller. I call them like domestic thrillers, but like suburban thriller mystery. I would love to know, because I truly, if you have one that I haven't seen, I will watch it. I've seen them all. I want to say I've seen them all. I've seen all the Lifetime ones. I've even seen that Mother one with Lisa Rinna. I've seen them all, but please leave recommendations. And if you have watched Welcome to Derry, I did a whole breakdown video on that. Please check it out. It has some special surprises in it. I think you guys will like that. But if you're looking for something else, I also have a video on disturbing films that I watched recently, and let me tell you, there's kind of like a rant in there. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys very soon for another video. Stay safe and stay spooky. Bye, friends.
Stay spooky, she says.
What if you could taste the movies?
We turned that idea into an $11.3 million business with Wix. One movie night, we were craving this chocolate cake that we saw on screen.
And we said, how cool would it be to put on an event where people are able to eat what they see on screen?
For the first event, we're literally cooking like 80 cakes out of an oven in my apartment and running like up and down all night. It was wild.
Seeing how successful it was, that's when we realized that this is a real thing. Now we need a real platform to actually sell tickets on.
Our Wix website is the core of everything that is Fork and Film. It connects this huge community of movie and food lovers.
Our events are an immersive cinematic dining experience, and we wanted the website to capture that magic. When planning an event, I'm more focused on the creative. So I will watch the movie a bunch of times and plan the menu and the visuals of everything.
And I'm more on the operations side, so I deal with contracts, finance, and expansion.
Try Avatar, please.
Our last location that we opened was Portland. We started with 1 or 2 events just to test the waters. And when we saw a huge spike in traffic from the area, we realized this was something bigger. So we launched 2 full months of events, and I think they sold out in 2-3 days. I love analytics on Wix. It tells a big story about who we are as a company and who our customers are.
We literally built this business with our own 2 hands, and it's really cool to say that we are the owners, but also the website developers.
Try Wix, everybody.
Alan, you and I saw a movie called The Housemaid last night. It stars Sydney Sweeney as a woman down on her luck. She applies for a job as a housemaid, a live-in housemaid. And Amanda Seyfried plays the matriarch of the household, of a very rich household, by the way.
Challenges.
The Winchesters. You've even got a big W on the gate. And Sydney Sweeney's character, Millie, She's out on parole. She spent 10 years in prison. She's trying to leave the past behind and rebuild her life. She's living out of her car. She just needs a job. And she applies for this live-in housemaid job. She meets Andrew Winchester, the husband, played by Brandon Sklenar. Not sure about the pronunciation. He's rumored to be playing Batman in James Gunn's DCU. We'll see what happens with that. But something is weird about Nina Winchester. She may be a psychopath. She gives Millie jobs to do, then changes her mind. She's asking her to do things, then say, I never asked you to do that. Something scary is afoot, and things go awry. And we won't go into heavy spoilers, but everything is amped up when suddenly Millie begins an affair with Andrew. All will be revealed. We won't go further than that, but things get flipped. What we see may not be real or might not be the truth. Sydney Sweeney, it's weird. Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried in this movie, they kind of look alike.
Yeah.
They're both attractive blonde women of around maybe Amanda Seyfried is a little older.
I think there's a point to that.
Yeah, they kind of look alike. But what do you think of this thriller mystery, The Housemaid, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to talk about it because there's a big moment in the film that I don't even want to hint at.
Right.
But what I liked about the film was the tone of the first half. Because there's the audience that I was in was laughing and having a great time with. Basically, the tone of the first half of the movie is like a Lifetime movie, an amped up Lifetime movie in terms of the music, in terms of the way people act, in terms of the way the story plays out. It's intentional, and the audience I was with really into it, and I was really into it. I struggle with it only in the sense of, the fact that this movie came out today and not 10 years ago or 10 years from now. And I'll just leave it at that. It feels like this was the wrong year to bring this movie out. So if I were to jump in a time machine, carry this movie with me and watch it 10 years ago, it's like I had a pretty good time with it. It's definitely a movie for females. I think women will respond to this movie far more than men will. My audience was mostly women, and they were just loving it. And this story really hits every movie you ever sat in with women who love it, and then you were just sitting there wondering what the hell. I actually like this movie. I think there's a lot of framing you have to do when you watch it to not let current times infect it. But ultimately, I had a good time. But it's a movie that if you want to impress a girl, take her to see this movie.
This is a bad movie. This film, it's a bad movie, but it knows what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It knows it's a bad movie. It's over the top. Every bad decision is made. There are multiple nude scenes with Sydney Sweeney, even scenes where she's dressed casually, but in a much more sexual way.
A lean over,
There's a shower scene, I think more than one shower scene, if I recall. And there is there's definitely, they lean into the erotic thriller nature of this, and it's bad and over the top, but it went too over the top with me. With the violence was just way more than was needed.
Okay.
And the sort of flipping the script in the middle of the movie, look, there is such a thing as a good bad movie. This could have been it. It was not for me. So I can't believe a movie with Sydney Sweeney nudity, I'm not recommending, but I'm not recommending it. It aspired to be a good bad movie, didn't hit the mark for me. Well, what do you think, Alan?
Yeah, no, I mean, I liked it for the reasons you didn't like it.
Huh.
And like I said, I think this year in particular is probably not the right year that should have come out. Because you want to watch this movie without letting what's going on in the world kind of influence you and frame the way you view it. And I feel like, that's what we get accused of with One Battle After Another, is that we're letting modern events influence our opinion of the movie. And I feel like this movie on its own, for what it is actually pretty good. And hell, Sydney Sweeney boobs, come on. That if anything just makes it an automatic good. It's decidedly a Paul Feig movie as well. Tonally, he plays around with tone a lot. There's comedy and drama and horror in it, and I just found myself really engaged with it. And like I said, in a theater full of women, and they were way into this movie.
Well, again, I think it went too far into ridiculous where I didn't believe it,
and I think that was intentional.
Yeah, but I will say, like, the ending of the movie.
Yeah.
I'm not going to reveal it.
Okay,
it's so dumb. It is so dumb and unbelievable. Like with oh my God.
Yeah, I mean the way they wrap things up was kind of like, oh my God. All right.
Yeah, it was utterly stupid. So,
but it only comprised like 30 seconds of the movie.
I can't recommend it. You know what? I would have gone with a good bad movie, but at least make it believable. And it was just too over the top for me.
Yeah, I would say if you want to impress a progressive girl, take her to see this movie.
Let's talk about The Housemaid. This is the latest adaptation of a book that we've had this year, and the book is actually a book written by Frida McFadden in 2022. So the book went on to become a pretty big seller and pretty much popular throughout, and I've seen this book many times, even before the adaptation. Always curious, but never really picked it up. Now I'm going to pick it up. So this movie is directed by Paul Feig, who's done some pretty good and twisted thorny movies with the Simple Favor series. So pretty much what this movie is about is Sydney Sweeney plays a young woman who becomes a live-in housemaid for a wealthy family, which is the family of Siegfried and Sklenner. Their seemingly perfect life unravels when she discovers their household hides dark secrets. Yeah, it gets pretty dark, a lot darker and twisted than I expected it to be. So let's get into it, the ending and all of that. Let's talk about The Housemaid. This is the new film from Paul Feig, based on the novel from Frida McFadden, which became a whole cultural hit when it came out in 2022. It has spawned some sequels, and yes, this movie will give us a hint at a sequel. We'll talk about that in spoilers tomorrow. This film stars Sydney Sweeney, Amanda Seyfried.
Shut up. I said so. I'm manifesting into reality, which is nuts. You never see her again, alright? Because she dies, motherfucker. I'm just joking.
Siegfried as well as Brandon Sklenner. And I will tell you, I went into this movie not knowing anything about the book, and the screening I went to was full of a book club. Like, there was a lot of people who had read the book, and I was curious about this movie a ton because not only was this Sydney Sweeney's like last opportunity this year to prove how much of a box office draw she can be, but also Amanda Seyfried is in this movie, and she does have another movie coming out next month called The Testament of Anne Lee, which is vastly different in terms of themes and I would say like type of film, right? So I'm very curious going into this movie, and I've heard some great things about the book and I was excited. What are my thoughts and opinions after watching it? Well, let's talk about it. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Let's get to 50,000 subscribers. That's our huge goal. Thank you for everybody who has subscribed this year. Really appreciate it. Just turned into a bad month because my internet's been out for like weeks. AT&T, I don't know. But let's get into The Housemaid and my thoughts on this. So pretty much this follows a young woman played by Sydney Sweeney who is trying to sort of find a job. And the reason she's trying to find a job is because she currently has nowhere to go pretty much. And so a housemaid job would be ideal because this would mean she's able to stay at the home. So Millie, who is played by Sydney Sweeney, is able to find a job with Nina, played by Amanda Seyfried, at her home. She is this very rich person that just has a spectacular home. It is beautiful inside and out, and this is like a dream gig for Millie, and it goes well at the beginning, well at the very beginning, and then things take a sharp left turn because Millie starts to find out there's more to what's going on in this house than she realizes, and Nina might not be there for her best intentions. And this is where things really spiral out of control, especially with the husband Andrew. Now I won't get more into this because this is a film that you really just have to go in not knowing much, because I think it really adds to the experience, and I will tell you it was an experience with a full crowd. Let's get into my favorite thing about this film, and that is going to be Amanda Seyfried's performance as Nina. This is a very difficult role, I think, for Amanda Seyfried to play, because you have to play this role in a way where Nina is very three-dimensional. She cannot just be a flat character or a caricature of what you're thinking she's going to be. Nina is a lot more, and I think Amanda Seyfried does it well, especially if you rethink of some of the scenes you watch and all of that. You really see the complexity that Amanda Seyfried tries to add to this character, so that this film by the end really hits a lot harder, I think. And I really do love Amanda Seyfried. I think she is so talented, and I'm excited to see The Testament of Anne Lee. That's one of the few films that I have not been able to watch this year that I really want to watch, so I cannot wait for that to release. But she really is showcasing how high of a caliber of an actress she is, because I think that what she's able to perform here and do in certain scenes is just outstanding. Like, honestly, just leaves you like quietly watching her jaw on the floor. Just incredible acting from her. So that was definitely a plus from the movie here. I think Paul Feig as a director as well really knows how to escalate films in a way, you know, because to me The Housemaid kind of works like a higher end soap opera with a lot of the twists and turns in the way that Paul really plays his characters on screen, and his camera and everything for those big reveals, those big twists and all of that. It adds a lot more layer and a bit more of a punch when they come through, and I think Paul has always done an incredible job with that. I really love this series, A Simple Favor, and if you like that and you don't know what The Housemaid is, sort of think of it like that, but more of a smaller enclosed space vibe here, because it pretty much takes place all in this house. But I think that Paul Feig does an incredible job at making it feel so grand. Now, I do think there's some characters here and there that really feel pushed to the side, and I don't know if it's the same in the book, because it's always hard to really pull off a book anyways to begin with, because it's such a different format of entertainment. And I can see how characters can kind of get swept away and really just forgotten, especially the gardener handyman here, who is played by the guy from 365 Days. So I thought that was an interesting note there. And I think that Sweeney here is just okay. I don't really ever have been like moved by a Sydney Sweeney performance ever. I think she has some great moments here when she's playing the character of Millie, but sometimes she just reverts back to just playing Sydney Sweeney playing a character. And that's the only thing I have a problem with the film. I think when she has certain scenes with Amanda, it really gets elevated a lot more, and you really get a great sense of her coming into this character of Millie. But at times when it's just Sydney Sweeney playing Millie solo and all of that, it kind of just sort of falls, and I kind of lose myself. Like, I don't see that this is Millie, I just see this as Sydney Sweeney on the screen. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel she's not really putting that performance. I don't know how Millie is in the book. I've never read the book. You let me know what you think if you've watched it. I just didn't really vibe with Sweeney's performance here, and it's been hard for me to ever really vibe with her as an actress. I just can't. I do think that the way the film unravels on its own is kind of interesting as well. I really do love that. But this is what I mean when you turn a book into a film, because I feel like there is a lot of exposition dump towards the end of the film, which can kind of feel a little bit like it's just losing you. But I think it is the performance from Amanda in these moments and all of that that really bring it together. But it's just the format in which the revelations and everything was done, which I think could have been done a lot better for the film and made it that much more like impactful. But that's just the thing. It's kind of hard to do that because I see how that could have been done in the book and it makes sense for the book. But for the film, I feel like they could have had a little bit more interwoven throughout and really had it flow a lot better. But it's just the formats. They're so different, and they sort of have like things that really work in a book can really fall flat in a movie, and things that really work in a movie can't really be sort of showcased in a book. You know, that's just the thing when you're going from one format to another, but it's one of the only things too as well. I think Brandon as Andrew did a good job. I think that we could have had a little bit more of Brandon throughout and really like fleshed this character out. This is why I wonder if The Housemaid would have worked better being like a TV show, because I think there's a lot that they try to package into the movie, and of course that's nobody's fault. I think that they did a movie, it's just the way that the producers and everybody wanted it to be. But I think that you really could have fleshed out these characters a bit more, and I think the story's impact would have been a lot harder. But I'm not gonna lie, I was like jaw on the floor with those twists and revelations that come towards the middle and end of this film, because I just was like, what? So I think that there is a lot here. It is fun to watch with a crowd. I enjoyed it, I will tell you that. I know I had some things I didn't like, but as overall an experience and entertainment, it was entertaining as hell. I had a good time watching it. The crowd did as well. And that's one of the things too with watching a film in the theater. The crowd experience can really amplify a lot of things. And I don't know if I would have the same reaction watching it by myself at home. Like, would I have really gotten like about the film? But I think the crowd reaction really is what elevates it. There is sort of like a continuation going on here. It seems with the books, it does have a second book, so I'm pretty sure they're going to want to make the second book into a film. And with that, I just hope they kind of tweak around the things that kind of fell flat for the first one and really deliver on the second one. But overall, I think The Housemaid is a fun time. I think if you enjoyed the book, you'll probably enjoy this one. It seems from the crowd that already read the book with me. And if you're there to see Amanda Seyfried, you will not be disappointed. She really carries the film and really takes it to that next level. And I'm excited to see what she does next. But overall, very fun, decent film to watch, especially if you don't have anything else to watch in the theaters and if you're a fan of the book. So that's my thoughts and opinions on it. But I do want to read the book. I'm curious about that second book as well. And where do we go here from this story? Because I was just like asking a bunch of questions at the end. And I'm going to have to pick up the book, y'all. I need to know where the story goes next. But anyways, as always, that is going to do it for me. Follow me for more on things you love. 50,000 subscribers is the goal. I'll see all of you next time. Stay safe. Stay positive.
The most anticipated.
So let's talk about The Housemaid. This is the Simple Favor series. So pretty much what this movie is about is Sydney Sweeney plays a young woman who becomes a live-in housemaid for a wealthy family, which is the family of Seyfried and Sklenar. Their seemingly perfect life unravels when she discovers their household hides dark secrets. Yeah, it gets pretty dark, a lot darker and twisted than I expected it to be. So let's get into it, the ending and all of that, and what comes next, and what exactly was a little bit different from the book that I hope we get to see more in the sequel. I watched this movie, I do have the review review. Go check it out if you haven't already. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was a fun time at the theater. There's some mishaps here and there. Mainly it's Sweeney's performance. I've never been a fan of her acting, but that's just me. I don't know. But I do think that this movie truly was entertaining. So let's talk about it. Hit the subscribe button, notification bell, on the road to 50,000 subscribers. We got a big Christmas week ahead. I don't have internet yet, so I'm trying to get as many videos out, but I promise you I will find a way. Pretty much the film revolves around the character of Millie, who is played by Sydney Sweeney, as she becomes the housemaid to Nina Winchester, played by Amanda Seyfried, and her husband Andrew Winchester, played by Brandon Sklenar. Millie's just trying to appease Nina as much as she can because she really needs this job. She currently is houseless and she needs to find a way to make a living, and this is a pretty good gig because you also get paid, but you get a place to live in, food, all of that, so it just kind of works out for her. So pretty much throughout this film, we know that Millie needs to keep a job. She needs to have a place to stay as well for her parole to be able to continue, and the reason she went to jail is because she was trying to defend one of her friends from being raped by a fellow student, and this fellow student, of course, is some rich asshole who got killed by Millie because of what he was doing. The friend didn't back up Millie for what happened, and we pretty much assume it's because they were scared of retribution since the family was pretty wealthy. And so we see that Millie is then taken into prison, but then she is released early, given parole, but she has to maintain a job. That's why she really wanted to keep this job and did whatever she had to do. And we see that she is going to be now in a prison with Andrew because of. And then we find out the truth. What is the truth? Andrew is the real monster here. He's been the monster the whole time, and Nina was just trying to find an escape. Nina wanted Andrew to tell her, get out of here, we're getting a divorce, we're done. Because we quickly pivot to Nina's perspective of all of this and go back to the beginning when her and Andrew met. And Andrew pretty much has been this very, very manipulative person. At first, he seems to be sweet, kind, and just the perfect person until you get to meet him, because we find out, of course, that Nina's daughter isn't actually Andrew's. She was already pregnant with her daughter. But what Andrew did was manipulate her and saying that, hey, I'll take care of you and your daughter. It's going to be good. Let's just get together. When they do get together, this is when the punishment starts after Nina's daughter is born. Anytime that Nina would get out of line, according to Andrew's perspective, he would lock her up in this attic and have her do these insane acts, whether it was tearing her hair or just having to spend time in there. He would do this to her. When she would try to sort of fight back or any of this, he eventually comes up with a plan. He stages a murder-suicide that Nina's going to do on her own daughter. So when the police arrive, it seems that Nina was trying to do this heinous act, but in fact Andrew just staged it this way so Nina could get locked up. She gets locked up, sent away for a good time, and then when she comes back, she's sort of beaten down, and Andrew's able to keep controlling her, putting her in the attic when he needs to, and this is just horrible stuff. So Nina developed a plan to get somebody that Andrew would fall for. This would be the housemaid, and this is Millie now. If Millie falls for this and she eventually becomes Andrew's new it girl, then Nina can go, and this is what happens. Of course, Nina leaves a little weapon for Millie to fight back because she believes that Millie is capable of killing Andrew. Now Nina, of course, doesn't really want Millie to suffer, but she's also looking for an escape, a way to be with her daughter, and the only way was to get Andrew to push her away because she couldn't run away herself, otherwise Andrew would come after her. And now we see that this whole thing has developed where Nina is being told by her daughter, we can leave, but we cannot leave Millie with him. He is a horrible person. So that's why we see Nina eventually go back to try and save Millie. And we see that Millie, of course, has already taken things into her own hand and has gotten Andrew in the attic himself. But of course, Nina didn't notice and eventually releases him. And we see that Andrew tries to now kill both Nina and Millie, but they eventually outsmart him and make him go over the stairs, which leads to his death. As the police arrive, we see that Nina stays behind as she says that she can handle this, that Nina should go, and she knows how to work her way around. The forensic expert knows that things seem a little fishy here. It doesn't seem that Andrew just fell trying to change a light bulb, which is the story that Nina has told them, but then realizes who Andrew is, and she knows that Andrew is a despicable human because Andrew was actually engaged to her sister, and she says that her sister was never the same after leaving Andrew, and she just knows what type of person he is. So maybe this was deserved. Now, we see the funeral happen, and this is when Millie returns, and Nina sees her, and Nina's just like, wait, you gotta leave. And Millie's like, bro, I'm on parole, I cannot leave. So Nina decides to give her $100,000 so she can continue on with her life. But now she has become an assassin of sorts, because then she is contacted by somebody that wants her as a housemaid, and she says, Nina recommended you, then says you're pretty good. We see that the woman has some bruises, and she says that her husband has a short temper. Millie's like, I can work with you, don't worry. So we're going to see Millie become an assassin of sorts. I don't know, I haven't read the book yet. If you've read the book, you probably know, but I have not. I definitely want to, but we'll talk more about that. I'm going to pick up the book and read it because I'm very curious what happens, and I cannot wait to see if they do or do not make a sequel to this film. But I thought it was great. It really showcases the abuse that some people go forward with, because a lot of people have a person that on the outside to strangers and all of that seem like the perfect match, right? This is an ideal husband. How can you not want an ideal husband like Andrew, right? But then we find out that deep down they are a piece of shit, and so we realize that there is more to them than meets the eye. And Brandon Sklenar played it so well with Andrew, because I was fooled. I didn't know what the hell this movie was about or what was going to happen, so I was fooled, y'all. When I saw that turn, I was like, oh shit, he's a piece of shit douchebag that needs to be taken out. And I was almost like thinking to my head that this movie was going to turn out different, that Nina was going to be the one that needed to be taken out, that she was going to kill Millie, that she was going to kill Andrew, all of this. I really thought Nina was the villain here, and I was fooled, y'all. But now I see clearly Andrew's a piece of shit and needed to go, and his mother also knows that's a piece of shit. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. Let me know your thoughts and opinions on this movie and all, if you enjoyed it as well. But I thought it was really great the way they unraveled it all. Amanda Seyfried is just incredible in this film. I really love that. Hey, a lot of bonus points for that Since You've Been Gone needle drop. Incredible. Love that. I've loved that song for like 22 years now, y'all, and I cannot get enough of it. Just a timeless tune. But honestly, I'm excited for whatever comes next. I'm going to get on the second book probably in the next couple of weeks, and I need to know what happens. I need to know. But let me know if you're excited as well for a sequel for this one. And it's interesting that Michael Morone here playing Enzo didn't get a lot of like screen, because he is a very big figure in the book. Like, he does have his moments and all of that, but I feel like it could have been dived in deeper, and I would have loved to see that as well. But it sounds to me from what I've read that in the sequel he is actually a very, very important part of this story. I do know that Enzo had been trying to help Nina throughout to escape Andrew, but he isn't present as much in the film, which I thought was interesting, because I think Mikhail was a pretty good addition in his role here whenever he was presented, so I wonder why they kind of made his performance a bit smaller here. In the book, in the finale, I do believe that Enzo and Millie eventually go on to work together. I don't know if we'll see Enzo come back if they do decide to do a sequel, but I thought it was a pretty good film, because you expect a lot of twists and turns, and then those twists and turns aren't it, but they're still twists and turns. Because to me, the way the film was painted at the beginning, from somebody who hasn't read the book, I was expecting Nina to be the one that turns, and I was expecting this house to go on fire, because Andrew sort of tries to paint Nina as the crazy, erratic one, right? The one that we don't know if she was the one who killed her parents in that house fire, right? And I think that when we eventually see the turn of Andrew, we're just like, oh, that's why Nina was acting like that. She was trying to get away. She was trying to be the one that gets pushed away. She was trying to make Andrew fall for Millie more and more and push her more away till she eventually is able to be let go, because Andrew was never going to let her go on his own. He wanted this control and this power, and you see that that's why Nina acted the way she did, and eventually lead to the situation in which her and Millie were caught in. I think that she didn't want to hurt Millie, but she knew Millie could be the solution to her, and it was kind of a little bit selfish at the beginning, and I think that that's why she realizes when her daughter tells her about Millie that she's just like, you know what, we gotta go get Millie. We can't just leave her with this monster here. But we see that Millie has taken her fate into her own hands and decided to take out Andrew on herself. Could have gotten a lot worse probably, but eventually her and Nina are able to figure it out and take out Andrew. And I'm just curious to see where we go with a sequel. I haven't read the sequel book or what it's about either. I probably should pick up that book, because I wonder when they will make a sequel. This movie's got to make a good amount of money, and we got to see what happens. And with Hollywood and stuff abandoning ideas, you know, I might not get that sequel, so I should just read the book. So very curious about that, but I thought the ending was great. I think it really showcases how some people can be so manipulative and to everybody, because everybody in his family, her friends, the neighborhood, the community, they saw Andrew as a respected person, somebody who was like the dream guy, right? But Nina knew the truth. This guy was a monster. This guy was going to probably eventually kill her and make it seem like she did it on her own. And I think Nina really escaped that situation, and that's good for her. And I really like that she came together with Millie to take him down. And now we go forward with Millie becoming a housemaid, like assassin of sorts, of douchebag guys. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But let me know your thoughts and opinions on The Housemaid. If you enjoyed the film, if you liked the book, are you excited for a sequel if they make one, if you've read the other books, and what did you think about the movie itself? I enjoyed this one. As always, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. 50,000 subscribers is the goal. I'll see you next time. Stay safe, stay positive.
Well, it started as a very unassuming date night pick, turned out to be one of the biggest surprises of 2025. What is up, guys? Welcome to my review of The Housemaid. This is a new psychological thriller directed by Paul Feig, a filmmaker who is mostly known just for comedies like Bridesmaids, The Heat, and unfortunately the Ghostbusters remake. And of all the new releases this weekend, this is the one that was just completely off of my radar. I had never heard of it. I had never heard of the novel that it's adapting, and really had only started to see the title The Housemaid get circled around when I saw a lot of pretty good early reviews. And so when it came time for my wife's birthday a couple of nights ago, I knew Avatar was not her thing whatsoever. Of course, Spongebob was going to be off that list. And so I basically said, hey, let's go out to dinner, and then I'll take you to see this Housemaid movie. I don't know what it is. And even my description, which is pretty much verbatim what I just said, didn't really enthuse her that much. She's like, what is it? Who's in it? Okay, we'll go see it. And what this movie is about, as I said, it is an adaptation of a mega hit novel from like 3 years ago. And you have Sydney Sweeney playing this young woman who becomes this live-in housemaid for a very rich and upper-class couple played by Amanda Seyfried and Brandon Sklenar. And very soon after she starts this live-in job, Amanda Seyfried, the wife, starts to behave in a very disturbing and unhinged manner. And as I said in the intro, this actually turned out to be a massive surprise. This is a movie that I thoroughly enjoyed, and my wife said was easily her favorite movie of this year. And starting off with the positives, what I loved about The Housemaid is this really felt like a solid throwback to psychological thrillers and romantic thrillers of the 90s and the early 2000s. These types of movies in this subgenre used to be mega hits. These used to be movies that would damn near be the biggest hit of the year sometimes. You think back to movies like Fatal Attraction that are totally iconic, or What Lies Beneath. We still get a lot of psychological thrillers like this, but they tend to be more modest hits, more movies that are relegated to streaming services. They don't tend to be these big theatrical box office successes anymore. And I'm really hoping that The Housemaid is going to be the exception. It was a packed out theater when we saw it on Friday, and I've seen nothing but really good reviews from fans and critics alike, and of course I'm going to throw my opinion on top of that pile. So this is a movie that I'm just glad to see we're still getting things like this. And this really was a perfect date film. So if you want to get out anytime here in the next week or two, this is the one that I'm going to recommend. Not only was it good just for as a couple, you can kind of like look at each other and get the wide eyes when certain things are revealed, but it was a very reactive audience, which was also cool. Unless it's something like Deadpool and Wolverine and Blades walking out, I don't really get a whole lot of audience reactions at my local theater so much anymore. And so it was cool to be in a theater that was mostly filled with women, probably people that loved the book. And every single time that like a crazy thing would happen or a wild line would come out of the actor's mouth or a twist would be revealed, you'd hear like all these gasps and like, and people putting their hands over their mouths or people looking at each other. It was really fun to kind of have that type of old school thriller experience in a theater again. And talking about the twists and turns, of course, this is a spoiler-free review. I'm not even going to hint at what happens because I walked into this blind and I want you to be able to walk into it as blind as you can. There were a number of great twists and turns, and pretty much 85% of it I didn't see coming. There were points where I started to suspect that maybe certain directions would be heading, and there was like one time that I was dead on the money, but the way that they revealed it and to the extent of what the twist and turn reveal was going to be, I didn't quite have pegged. So it wasn't one of those experiences, luckily, where if you watch a lot of movies, you can see all the tricks. You can see everything coming around every single corner. I thought they did a great job at building certain expectations, setting you on certain paths, and then pulling out the rug from underneath you a few times. And every single time that they would reveal something else, the movie would continue to get better. To the point where, like, throughout the first act and even some of the second act, I was very much enjoying the film, but I had a pretty major issue logically with what was going on. I was like, you know, like, this is fun, but that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for me. And each successive twist made that go away. It's like it solved the main problem of the film. And so I love when you get a movie like that, where you even just as a critic, you start to see some of the things you're going to say in your review and you're like, oh man, yep, there it is. And then they take that away from you and they're like, haha, bitch, what now? Review that. The cast in this movie is great. Brendan Sklenar is an actor that I've just actually got introduced to this year earlier on with Drop, which is another really solid psychological thriller from Blumhouse. And Sydney Sweeney, of course, one of the biggest rising actresses of today. She's really good here. I would say by far the standout, though, is Amanda Seyfried. I mean, I've always liked her. She's always been somebody who's done some really interesting things, but she is wild in this movie. I mean, she has so many different faces to her. She has so many different emotions that she's trying to convey, where she's like really unassuming and sweet as pie in one scene and then just a fucking wild, crazy bitch in the next one. And she plays it perfectly. And going back to Brendan Sklenar, this is a guy that's just effortlessly charming. Like, you can go ahead and put your money on the table now. I'm going to go ahead and call it. He's going to be our next Batman. He's one of like the 3 to 5 names that have been circling around for the last year or so alongside like Alan Ritchson. This is the guy that's going to get the job. You know, this is the guy that has that Bruce Wayne swagger to him. He's got this monstrous size to him. He's got that kind of rich boy charm with the character in this movie where he's like the perfect husband, and he's got that wall-to-wall smile that just melts all the women around him. You know, one of the things that I said when I was at the Drop premiere at South by Southwest and Brendan Sklenar came out on stage with the director and his co-stars, I leaned to my buddy Chuck, my podcast host, and I was like, you could tell that guy's drowning in pussy. But in all seriousness, he's fucking phenomenal in this. Like, he just plays what this character requires to perfection. Like, he is one of those guys that it's almost like AI created him. They're like, I need a character to be like this, and then Brendan Sklenar popped out. So him and Amanda Seyfried as this couple and being very much a yin and yang are outstanding here. And don't get me wrong, Sydney Sweeney is good, but she's very much playing like the normal character that is now put into this rich lifestyle, and one character is just batshit crazy and the other one is like this very elitist rich guy that just has buckets of charm. So the other two characters are the ones that pop a lot more, but all three of them I thought were phenomenal together. They worked together great. Their chemistry was great, and they totally sell this story in all the crazy directions that it goes. The movie also has a very good score, and it's a very unique score because there's a lot of different tones and tonal shifts that the movie tries to go through. I mean, you have Paul Feig at the director's chair here, so of course there's going to be a bit of comedy, and I am going to get back to that. So there's moments where it's supposed to be a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more easy watch. And then there's times where the crazy gets turned up. There's times where there's a lot of inherent danger and some serious thrills. And the score would just tonal shift with the movie, like almost seamlessly. And so that was something that really stood out to me a lot, where even in the quieter moments, that score would just carry all the emotion. And the final positive, I want to talk about Paul Feig, because he's a very popular filmmaker. He has made a lot of films that people celebrate to no end, like Bridesmaids. But I gotta be honest, I've never really been a fan of his movies. I'd never really thought Bridesmaids was all that great. Movies like The Heat, thought was okay. Spy was probably my favorite of his comedies, and that's still like a one watch for me. Of course, Ghostbusters was a disaster. And so I've just never thought he was this great, like, generational comedic director that everybody has given him credit for. But I understand I'm very much on an island with that. And so after I had convinced my wife to go see The Housemaid, only after that did I find out this was a Paul Feig film, and I immediately kind of regretted it. I was like, fuck, maybe we should have saw SpongeBob. Because I walked in with these certain expectations of, I know exactly what a Paul Feig movie is. I know where all the jokes are going to come from. I know exactly the style of humor I'm going to get. I didn't even realize this was going to be a funny type of thriller, but now I know it's going to be. And I was genuinely shocked at how amazing of a job he did at directing this movie without making it feel at all like any of his other films. Like, you know, visually, stylistically, I'm sure there's some things in there that have a bit of a Paul Feig through line, but especially with the way he kept the humor in check and only used it very sparingly and very subtly in moments to kind of break up all of the boiling tension in a way that definitely worked, and how well he did at bringing that tension up to certain boiling points and then bringing it back down and then pulling the rug out from under you and getting really great performances out of these three actors, performances that he typically does not pull out of actors. Usually he's trying to get them to riff and get them to ad-lib and get them to, you know, say dialogue in the funniest way and the funniest take. And in here, he's making people just act unhinged and act terrified, and I thought he did an outstanding job as a director. Even in the way where he made a movie like this that very easily could have been dubbed as like chick flick thriller, and it's not. It's something where there's a lot of things in there that the ladies are going to enjoy and the ladies are going to identify with, and they're going to, you know, have that kind of girl power thing behind Sydney Sweeney's character, and then the guys are going to like the charm of Brandon Sklenar, and there's some nice little gnarlier moments that come out later on. And because it just feels like that type of experience is so rare nowadays, where it's a film that actually can apply to both and can appeal to both in very different ways and create that fun conversation on the way out of the movie and have those fun interactions quietly, hopefully during the movie. I just had a really good time with this one. So, you know, in one film now, after years and years and years of basically being a Paul Feig hater, the next time he makes a movie, it's going to have my attention now, all because of The Housemaid. And now moving on to the negatives. Now, I highly enjoyed this film. There wasn't really much that stood out as big glaring issues for me. I had a really great experience with this one. But a couple of things I think could have been done a little bit better. One is a small thing that I don't think many people are going to bring up, but Elizabeth Perkins shows up in this movie, who's an actress that I used to love as a kid, and things like Big and The Flintstones. She was in a lot of movies that I grew up with. And I haven't really seen much from her in the last 20 years or so. I think she does mostly a lot of TV now. And so as soon as I saw her on screen, I was like, it's Elizabeth Perkins. And her character visually is very different than anything I've ever seen her play before. She's like the creepy version of elitist, rich, older woman. And I thought, just because of how alluring her character was when she first comes on screen, that she was going to play a bigger part in this movie. She plays no part in it. She's barely in the film. So that was just something, like, I guess it's just a me thing. I saw her and was like, oh man, there's something fucked up going on with her. This is going to be cool. And it didn't turn out to be that way. So it was almost like they oversold her character with just how visually striking she was. Minor thing. The biggest issue, honestly, is that because this is a film that is trying to be very clever, it's trying to be very twisty, it's trying to show you one thing while doing another many different times, by the end of it, there are a number of contrivances. You know, with any thriller like this that's going for twists and turns, sometimes they kind of have to stick to bullshit to make all of their movie cogs kind of fit together perfectly, and it's going to completely depend on you whether or not they ask too much of you. For me, like, it's nowhere near as contrived as something like Drop from earlier this year, but there were moments where it's like, that was awful convenient for that to work out, but fuck it, I'm having a good time, I'll forgive it. But overall, guys, I really did love this one. In a weekend where a massive budget James Cameron film comes out, I actually prefer The Housemaid, which I just did not have on my bingo card. This is going to end up being one of my more surprising films of 2025, and as I've said, if you need something to take out your significant other to here over the next couple of weeks, you will have a great time with this one. So, Paul Feig, hell yeah, good job. You've won me back over. And yeah, for an old school throwback thriller, great performances, great twists and turns. I really, really enjoyed this one. So if it wasn't on your radar, just like it wasn't on my radar, change that and go check out The Housemaid. Well, that's it for this one, guys. If you enjoyed that, click over here for my 2025 new.
You know, I couldn't help but notice that Amanda Seyfried's character in this movie
Damn.
According to both of our sides of history, wasn't it also a sky person who helped the Omatikaya? Not all sky people are the same.
Treats Sydney Sweeney's character the same way that the internet treats Sydney Sweeney in real life, over something as insignificant as jean commercials of all things. Coincidence? I'll let you be the judge. Let's discuss.
I watch so you don't have to.
Before I get started, I'd like to kindly ask that you hit the like button, and please subscribe to the channel for more content just like this.
What are you waiting for, huh? What are you waiting for?
Struggling to escape a difficult past, Millie takes a job as a live-in housemaid for the wealthy Winchester family. What starts as a dream job quickly unravels as Millie discovers the couple she's working for hides some unhinged and shocking secrets. The Housemaid is a psychological thriller directed by Paul Feig. Yes, that Paul Feig, and it's based on a novel by Frida McFadden. Now, obviously, I've never read the novel that this movie is based on, so I'll leave any kind of comparisons to the source material to more informed individuals. As far as the movie itself, I went into it not really knowing what to expect. The setup that was presented in the trailer looked interesting enough for me, and it very much had the look and feel of one of those housewife novels turned movies that the housewives are excited to go see, only for them to almost unanimously come to the conclusion that the book was better. You know exactly the type of situation I'm talking about, be honest. But listen, much to my surprise, I think there's actually something for everyone in this movie. Two predominant things in particular for the fellas.
Tits. Whew.
As far as the setup goes, pretty standard stuff here. A chick with a questionable past is looking for a fresh start, so she takes a demeaning job out of desperation only to find out that everything is not what it seems. And yes, Sydney Sweeney, the it girl of our time, is playing Millie, the main character of this film. She's beautiful, she's desperate, she's everything you could ever want when it comes to finding someone who cleans your toilets. Listen, in all seriousness, people give this woman a lot of flack in real life for reasons I don't 100% understand. But I did feel like she did a pretty decent job from an acting perspective in this movie. One thing I did appreciate about the film is that it does give a viable reason as to why someone like her would stay in this situation for the amount of time that she does. Too often in these situations in movies, we are forced as the audience to ask the question, why doesn't this person just leave at the first sign of trouble? Well, in this movie, Sydney Sweeney's character has a story reason why she is incapable of leaving, and I appreciated that.
I like it a lot.
I don't know if the writer or writers took this familiar glaring plot hole into consideration and wrote their way out of it, or it was completely by accident, but I appreciated it nonetheless. Because let's be clear, goes from 0 to 100 pretty quickly in this movie. It's not even as if things start off normal and slowly deteriorate. If I saw my employer having a complete meltdown over the smallest inconvenience in the way that Amanda Seyfried's character does in this movie, it would be an instant red flag, and everything would be telling me to get the hell out of there. On that note, I have to give massive props to Amanda Seyfried for her performance in this film. It definitely showed an unhinged side to her that I don't think we've ever really seen from a performance by her before. And I don't mean to make this sound like I'm saying anything about her as a person, but she plays a very convincing nut job, maybe too well.
But you one crazy ass bitch.
I mean, I was genuinely concerned with the well-being of anyone who came in contact with this character. Which is mission accomplished, I guess, on several levels when you consider how everything plays out. Now, this is a spoiler-free review, so obviously I can't get into too much detail as it pertains to the plot. But let's just say there are plenty of twists and turns in this movie. Some that I saw coming, and some that I sort of saw coming, but not to the extent that we actually get them. This is very much one of those movies that takes a quick turn to what the f***ville at one point. And this happens to be one of my gripes with the movie. That being, I'm not entirely sure the actions of everyone involved totally make sense once some of these twists start happening. I enjoyed the twists, don't get me wrong, but I'm not entirely sure there wasn't a better way to deliver them or even set them up. I don't know, maybe if I watch this movie again, there wouldn't be as many question marks as I have right now. But right now, in the moment, I do have questions as to whether or not the actions of everyone involved totally make sense once everything is revealed.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Also, quick shout out to Brandon Sklenar, who is slowly becoming another it guy in Hollywood. Now, I don't know if all of this pushing is going to pan out for him, but I do know his name has been thrown around a lot as a potential Batman actor for the DCU. And based on the handful of movies I've seen with him, I'm just going to say that with the right material, I could totally see that working. He just has a presence about him, a charm, and he also just so happens to play a rich guy in this movie, and he does do the playboy shtick quite well. He also shows a good deal of range in this film as the twists and turns start to unfold.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
This movie, as I said at the top of this review, is classified as a psychological thriller. And there are a handful of intense scenes in this movie that are carried by some unhinged performances. But more than anything else, I think it works because unless you read the book prior to seeing this movie, you're going to go into this not really knowing what's going on until the movie wants you to know what's going on. It's that feeling of uncertainty that the film very much uses to its advantage. And it worked on me personally because I was pretty much locked in for a good portion of the runtime. Also, this movie is surprisingly brutal at some points, both in the way that it depicts abuse and psychological torture, as well as some self-mutilation.
What the hell am I looking at? When does this happen in the movie?
It does feature some questionable decisions by the characters in order to get the plot where it needs to go. It wasn't too egregious to the point that it took me out of the movie, but there were a handful of moments that I felt were exceptionally questionable. Plus, the movie does feature a somewhat lazy exposition dump towards the end of the movie to try to help explain everything, which I think is something that probably worked a lot better in the novel than it does in live action, if in fact it is in the novel. This movie is very much a cautionary tale about such things as domestic abuse and manipulation, and also some of the first world problems that rich people obsess over. And there is a pretty satisfying, entertaining, and even humorous resolution to all of that I think showcases a realistic depiction of what a strong female character could look like. Not perfect, flawed, and hardened by past trauma. Something that turns weaker people into stronger people. And I think that's relatable. Yes, Queen! In the end, I felt like this movie was highly entertaining and paced pretty well. It had a decent amount of suspense, but honestly, I think I could have used even a little bit more. Some of the dialogue is a little choppy and a little awkward at times, but I think it's saved by mostly decent performances. It does just enough to keep you invested by consistently keeping you guessing and giving you some false finishes. I found this to be an enjoyable yet flawed experience, and that's why I'm going to give The Housemaid the cat house.
Saved by kitty litter.
Y'all be cool. No.
For an elf, the holidays are stressful, but Verizon's got a bonkers deal at a new Google Pixel 10. Gemini, when's our next train coming?
Right now.
Ah, nutcrackers. Gemini, where am I?
You're in a blender.
Okay. Time for elf care. Gemini, find me a massage, please. Oh, that was fast!
Get Google Pixel 10 with Gemini and Watch and Tab, all for $0. No trade-in needed on any plan.
Hey, Copilot, what's an easy way to get things from my old PC to my new one?
Use the Windows Backup feature. It'll move your files, documents, and settings. Shall I guide you step by step?
Yeah, that'd be great. And then we gotta do our DVD collection.
There's no time for cute little intros today because we have almost 3.5 hours of movie to talk about. Avatar: Fire and Ash is finally here. Some people love it. Some people think it's just a rehash of the first two movies. I don't agree with that, and I'll explain why. It has a 65% on Rotten Tomatoes, but a 91% audience score. This is the biggest, messiest, most action-packed and biblical Avatar yet, and in many ways the most ambitious, the darkest. It's about grief and guns and religion. It's about identity identities and ideologies shifting like tectonic plates. It's about whale court. Anyone can come on here and say the action in these movies is sick and they're beautiful, things that are very true, but we already know we're getting into the nitty-gritty today, so if you don't take Avatar seriously, you might think this video is a little crazy. But I want to hear everyone's thoughts, good or bad. We will be talking spoilers today, obviously, so if you haven't seen Avatar Fire and Ash yet, what are you waiting for? Go see it. And then come back and let me know what you thought, but you have been warned. You know, I feel like we can take the Avatar movies for granted sometimes. It's not easy to make 3 of the highest grossing movies of all time, and James Cameron is doing it in a way that movies have never been made before, with stories that are as broadly accessible as they are thoughtful and entertaining. It feels like fewer and fewer blockbusters these days have this sort of emotional and thematic depth, or even try to. And it's well known by now that The Way of Water and Fire and Ash were originally conceived as one epic film, but it was just too much movie and had to be split up. Articles are coming out now about how Cameron completely changed the ending of Fire and Ash in post-production to not have the Na'vi wielding guns, and I think that explains a lot about what I love a little less about this one. And I will say, for everything that we talk about here that I think is incredible, even at over 3 hours long, it's somehow so dense that I wish we had more time with, or it focused more on certain things. But we'll get into all that. The biggest complaint I've been seeing about Fire and Ash that I wanted to discuss first is that it's just a rehash of The Way of Water or the first 2 films. And while there absolutely are a lot of beats that appear similar on the surface, if you don't disengage once you recognize something and really consider what's happening in the story, it reads to me less redundant than iterative, because these dynamics are evolving as the stakes and character motivations are. The emotional and narrative context are completely different, and they reveal things about the characters because we've been there before. Examples of this are like Spider being captured and held by the RDA again. At first I was like, uh-oh, this is just like The Way of Water, and I know not everyone loves Spider.
Picture this. Saving up to 10% when you bundle your home and auto insurance with USAA. Some things just click. Get a quote today.
Get ready to shoot. Look this way. I think it would be more cozy with dogs. More dog. And one more. Nice. We should probably try with reindeer. Make it more holiday.
My poor boy Spider, he's trying his best. But this moment is actually about Quaritch. It directly mirrors the scene in The Way of Water where Quaritch 2.0 offers Spider his dog tag, but the difference is that in The Way of Water, Quaritch states very plainly that he is not Spider's father. He's not Miles Quaritch, he just has his memories. But in Fire and Ash, Quaritch is reconnecting with, or really discovering his humanity and his desire to be a father to Spider. He also tells Spider about his mother briefly, and we'd never heard about her before, and Spider asks for the dog tag only to use it to escape, which shows us again where he's at with his feelings towards his dad. And we find out there are burgers on Pandora, which is very important information. So yes, characters being captured might be a default way to get them in a room together and create these moments, and who knows if when they split The Way of Water and Fire and Ash, they had to sort of split the arcs in half and repeat some things. But I think it's disingenuous to say that all of these things are exactly the same, and the direct comparison is actually used in a really clever way to bring things to light through juxtaposition. Another example is like how Loak in The Way of Water gets stuck out in the ocean because he gets abandoned by his friends, but in Fire and Ash, he is actually taking the initiative to go seek Payakan out. They look the same, and the differences are subtle, but they're there, and I think they're meaningful. People have also cited the final battle as being too similar, and I agree it's slightly disappointing that it's a similar setting, and I think a big reason for that is that there's an effort here to bring a lot of things full circle. We're completing the arc of the Tulkun, changing their thoughts on violent resistance, and unfortunately, if the Tulkun are part of the battle, it has to happen in water. We get Jake becoming Turok Makto again, and the finale is almost a combination of the first film and The Way of Water, in that the Tulkun are at the center of it, but now we have all of the clans and all of the Tulkun fighting together. It definitely would have been neat for there to be a big showdown where the ash people live with the volcano in the background or something like that. I think this aspect specifically has a lot to do with the Way of Water and Fire and Ash originally being one story. Who knows how they were reconfigured, but Fire and Ash very much feels like a part 2 and continuation of the Way of Water, and it was meant to be that way. What I haven't mentioned about the climax, though, is this giant solstice vortex. That's new. And it not only offers this intimate fight between Jake Quaritch and Spider, and we'll get into them, but it also fits into the film's central thread of violence and metal weaponry in an interesting way, because the vortex like sucks up everything that's made of metal, all the guns, shrapnel from the boats, and what I've found myself wrestling with the most after seeing it is what this film has to say about violence and how it's worked into the character arcs. Of course, all 3 Avatar films are grappling with the ethics and different ideologies of resistance, and Cameron is very aware of that. It's the center of the series. But as I said before, he's talked about how he completely changed and reshot the ending of the film because originally Jake Sully was going to, quote, unite Pandora's remaining clans and arm them with automatic weapons, setting the stage for a gun-heavy final showdown. But Cameron later decided this wasn't the right direction to go in, saying that arming the tribes and pitting them against each other is actually the wrong thing. That was part of the North American genocide of indigenous people. I can't have Jake doing the same thing. It's really fascinating, and this is where I feel like we can start to see the seams of the warring sentiments of Avatar. Like, getting further into the films maybe presents an issue because the Na'vi and Pandora and Awa are supposed to represent an ideal of violence by necessity in the circle of life, but that's not always very cinematic, and it's not always realistic in instances of oppression and colonization. Now that the stakes are even higher than in The Way of Water, Cameron needed to create a believable situation where the Na'vi face off against the RDA and all of their technology, and the Na'vi don't get wiped out. But I'm almost surprised that the Na'vi using guns was Cameron's original plan, because I agree with him. The metal weaponry of the RDA has always been presented as a poison to the world of Pandora, and especially in a film where the new antagonists, the Ash people, are worshipping these weapons and siding with the RDA. No one wants to see the Na'vi that we love armed and changing their way of life to be more like the Sky People. That will really leave a sour taste in your mouth, and Cameron has mentioned that with Awa on their side, what the Na'vi and the creatures of Pandora are able to do is its own force to be reckoned with, and we see that once again in the new ending of Fire and Ash. So it seems obvious to me that Awa and the Na'vi being so in tune with each other and using that more natural collective form of resistance is the right response thematically and ideologically to the RDA and the Na'vi who have turned their backs on Awa and are now embracing that poison weaponry. It feels natural that that would be the antithesis to what our main characters are doing. So while I think Cameron made the right decision and he recovered pretty well, you can still sort of feel that it wasn't the plan while the screenplay was being written. The residue is still there in what they edited out and reshot. Apparently Jake becoming Turek Makto again was not originally planned, and it's one of those things that doesn't feel very complete to me, because Jake is refusing to become Turek Makto because there's too much bloodshed and you become the beast, as he says, but he's actively trying to militarize the Na'vi, and then in the final battle, you don't really see any indication that becoming Turek Makto is making Jake go too far or something like that. All those remarks don't really turn into anything. It's one of the smaller arcs here that I think gets lost in the colossal runtime and the changes that were made. It kind of breaks my brain, like, thinking about the specifics of it all and how it must have been reworked, because the guns is not just a change to the story, it's a change to the thematic through line of the film. Every character arc here has something to do with their relationship to violence. These have always been war films and about children during wartime and the importance of decisions and actions as an individual and a family during that. I'm tempted to say that Neytiri has the strongest, or at least the most complete feeling arc in the film, and I think it's because of how closely intertwined her emotional journey is with those central themes of grief and not just violence, but hatred and resentment, and how that can motivate those things. feelings. She's actually at the center of two of my favorite sequences in the film that are at the low of her arc and her coming out of it. One is the conversation that she has with Jake in their tent about how she hates humans or pinkskins. This was a jarringly dark conversation where we learn that her resentment has turned into straight up racism in a way that Cameron lays really bare. Jake asks her sort of rhetorically if she'll always hate part of him because he's human, but she says outright that if her kids mess up, she thinks it's because of the human in them. And of course, she's never accepted Spider as part of their family, and she's the first one to say that she would kill him in an instant if it meant protecting her real family. She's leaning really hard into her faith to cope with the death of Neteyam, and despite all this, you still completely empathize with her because when you think about it, Neytiri is the only Na'vi person in this scenario who has been there since the beginning. She really has lost everything, and you really feel the weight of that and how she's just completely internalized it and turned inward to these really resentful feelings. And that all eventually culminates in the scene that many have already compared to the binding of Isaac from the Bible. It's one of the many moments in this film that feels like it's pulling from biblical influences, where Jake starts to agree with Neytiri that Spider needs to be killed to prevent the Sky People from learning how to breathe on Pandora. I could not believe that Cameron did this, and while I do agree with people that Jack Champion's performance can leave a little bit to be desired in certain moments.
Sheep in the bushes.
Props to him though, because he is the only live action performance in moments like these, and that's tough. I think it works anyways though. And Neytiri simultaneously washing the paint off of her face from disguising herself as part of the Ash Clan and having an almost baptism in the river to seeing blood on her hands and running to tell Spider, I see you. It is such a beautiful conclusion to her arc and cathartic moment to see her let go of her hatred and say, we will find another way. I do think it'd be a little awkward being Spider knowing that they were both cool with killing you at some point, but that's family, right? It's the holidays. Another nice detail of all of this is that Neytiri uses the bomb arrows that Jake made for her that she previously refused to storm the RDA base and break him out, which is possibly the best action scene in the film and definitely one of the most mind-blowing and distinct of the franchise. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I also think it's one of the most nuanced depictions of using tactics like that when necessary, but not relying on it as your only way of fighting or letting that violence seep into your heart. That's why I love that she adopts the Ash getup in that sequence and washes it off afterwards. So much of this film has to do with identity in a way that is both physical and spiritual, and how all of these people who are Na'vi or human or both are interacting with each other and trying to make sense of or claim their place in all of it. This is maybe most tangible in another favorite dynamic of mine, the one between Jake and Quaritch 2.0. They've always been foils to each other, but it goes in such an interesting direction here as Quaritch's journey continues to mirror Jake's in the first film. Stephen Lang gives a crazy good performance in this as Quaritch, by the way, and they're all great. I mean, Sam Worthington and Zoe Saldana have gone unrecognized on a larger scale for far too long, and I think they're all doing some of their best work in this one. But anyways, Jake and Quaritch are similar in the obvious ways. They're both they both were human Marines who have become Na'vi, so they've been trained to operate under this same sort of code as they navigate the world of Pandora. But they're also similar in ways that I'm not sure they are even completely consciously aware of. Just as Jake was in his brother's avatar and felt a bit like an imposter, Quaritch 2.0 is in a Na'vi body with memories that are only sort of his and forced into this position with the RDA that he's now becoming disillusioned with as he leans more into his existence as a Na'vi, just as Jake did. He has his little fling with Varong, his son is at home on Pandora, and he sees potential for a life there beyond the one where he's a dog for the RDA. Because he can't live on Earth, he's only a Na'vi now, and from the beginning of this movie, Quaritch could barely give a shit about his mission. He's constantly compromising it because of his care for Spider and his desire to connect with Jake as the only other person alive who really understands what he's going through. It's played as a gag, and it's a good one, but him sort of softening around them and, coming out of Varong's tent all decked out in the Ash People body paint and accessories, it's all also a really important reflection of how his self-perception and identity are shifting in a pretty profound way. We can tell that the moments where Jake speaks directly to him about opening your eyes to what Pandora can offer you, and And a little side note on that, I do think it's one of those things that feels weird because Jake is at once trying to arm the Na'vi, but is also very aware of the virtue of their way of life. It's kind of exemplary of like the inner conflict of the film. But that all resonates with Quaritch, and you even end up sort of rooting for the guy to give it all up and go and live with the Na'vi. But that would be too easy, so instead he throws himself off of a vortex rock, and we do not see him die. So who knows what the future of Quaritch will be. I don't think he's dead personally, but we'll see. And we can't forget about all of the kids, of course. Loak definitely has the most going on here. He is the narrator of the film, which is very important because Jake has previously been the only one to narrate. And it opens with him talking about grieving Neteyam and how he blames himself for it, which really sets the tone for the whole film. Again, it's easily the darkest of the three, and when Loak holds a gun to his chin, it's one of those startling moments that you just don't expect to happen, but it really makes clear how hard he is taking this and how much he feels he needs to prove himself to Jake, because as we see, Jake still sort of blames him for Neteyam's death too. That is something that I thought was resolved in The Way of Water that gets opened back up here, but I'm okay with Jake still struggling with that too. I mean, it's been like barely any time since The Way of Water, and so it's almost like, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And I think the more relevant part of Loak's growth here is him becoming a leader, not only to his siblings, but convincing the Tolkien to fight back. And I find it interesting that he's influenced by both of his parents for these things. He really wants to use guns because to him that's a symbol of the power and strength that he idolizes in his dad. And to me it was a heart-stopping moment where we see him use a gun to kill for the first time, especially because it was other Na'vi when they're running away from the Ash clan. But he also fixes Neytiri's bow for her and feels connected to his ancestors and the Na'vi way of life through that. I think he's ultimately becoming more like Jake, and he wants to be, but especially considering how important the characters' relationships to violence are, I found that noteworthy. Like, Loak could end up becoming a leader who brings those two things together because of who his parents are. I actually thought this film would be centered more around Loak, especially with the narration of the beginning, because with the time jump that's supposed to happen between Avatar 3 and Avatar 4, it seems like there's meant to be a sort of baton handoff from Jake to someone. So who knows who's going to be really at the center of the story going forward. I don't think the Kiri reveal that she is Eywa's child was much of a surprise to anyone, but I really liked that she's trying to reach Eywa through the film and that she can only get there with Spider and Took's help. I love that she and Spider kiss.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full
I was secretly wanting that to happen. And the Eywa reveal was crazy. What in the Evangelion is Cameron doing? I feel like we still learned nothing. Like, you can't even tell if the big head was a Na'vi or what, but I'm into it. Maybe Kiri is Eywa. I don't really get why people hate Spider so much. The poor kid. Like, his parents are already trying to kill him. Give him a break. As I said, I do think Jack Champion can struggle a little bit compared to the other performances, and I get people not loving Cameron's classic, silly teenage dialogue, but he's a great character, and it's been a pleasant surprise to me that he hasn't had, an evil Anakin arc since Quaritch is his father, and it was understandable that he saved Quaritch's life in The Way of Water, but otherwise Quaritch has been the one to change because of him. It's a good reinforcement of how much the support systems around these characters play an important role, but the other big moment here being when Kiri and Soraya show up for Loak. How can you not adore this whole family? I love the Ash people, obviously. I mean, what is there to say that hasn't already been said? Una Chaplin as Varong is a complete revelation. Her performance is incredible, and I just love the psychology of the character and her relationship to power and control because they feel betrayed by Eywa and seek dominance almost as a trauma response to their people being ravaged by the volcano. They're reclaiming power through what hurt them and through pain itself and all of their rituals. There's a psychosexual element to Varong's relationship to Quaritch and her ability to torture people and control them with her Kuru. It's all awesome. I wish she was a bigger part of the third act. I think she was kind of collateral damage from the edit after Cameron changed the ending. But I love every time that she and Neytiri interact. Other things about the movie, I love Neytiri's relationship with Renal. They're so funny together, and they really care about each other, even if they pretend not to. Rip Renal, that was sad. I think the ending is super abrupt. I wish we got a bit more of an epilogue like the other movies. Shout out Took. She's trying her best. And of course, these films are just a dream of digital technology and what we can do with performance and motion capture and 3D. The action in this film is jaw-dropping. It's hard for me to pick a favorite scene between the Wind Trader raid, the scene at the base, and the final battle. Just so much good stuff here. It's such a big movie. You could literally spend hours talking about all of the details and how everything is interconnected, almost like the mycelial network on Pandora in the final shot. No eyes opening this time to end the movie. What's that about? But I really talked in this video about the things I found most interesting about this Avatar film. What's that about? But I really talked in this like the mycelial network on Pandora in the movie. You could literally spend hours talking about all of the details and how in between the Wind Trader raid, the scene at the base, and the final battle. Just so much good stuff here. Technology and what we can do with performance and motion capture and 3D. The action in this film is jaw-dropping. It's hard for me to pick a favorite scene between the Wind Trader raid, the scene at the base, and the final battle. Just so much good stuff here. It's such a big movie. You could literally spend hours talking about all of the details and how everything is interconnected, almost like the mycelial network on Pandora in the final shot. No eyes opening this time to end the movie. What's that about? But I really talked in this video about the things I found most interesting about this Avatar film. If you watched it all, thank you for bearing with me because it's all very complex. I know not everyone loves these movies, and that's okay, but they are worth exploring on a deeper level, and there's a lot of thought put into them, even if this time it feels affected by the changes that were made in splitting this grand story into 2 movies and making some changes in post-production. It's a lot, and again, it can feel too dense for its own good. There's a lot that I wish we had more time to explore, but I think it's a testament to James Cameron's titanic talent as a director and also just the power of these movies as cinematic experiences that it's completely enrapturing anyways. So I'm going to give Avatar Fire and Ash 4 out of 5 stars. It is currently my least favorite of the 3, but I can only assume that, as with the other films, I'll grow to like it even more with each subsequent watch. I just find that to be the effect that these films and all of James Cameron's films have. So let me know your thoughts on Avatar Fire and Ash, guys. How do you think it compares to the other Avatar films? Do you want to see more from this series? Don't forget to like and subscribe and keep an eye out for more videos soon. Thanks for watching.